Well, g'day, ladies and gentlemen. It's game day. Welcome to NRL Pathways. We've got a huge triple header coming up from Perth and Darwin. All of them basically top of the table clashes, Dave.
What are we, round 4? And already some fantastic rugby league coming us. I'm looking forward to this game. We're down at Burnett Park today. We've got the reigning premiers who took a little bit of while to sort of get into gear last week against Willagee. And currently the top of the table, South Perth Lions. Now, I don't want to jinx the South Perth Lions because we've seen them here before. This is really their big first test of the year, isn't it?
But it feels like it's 2005. You got North Beach and South Perth on top of the table. This is going back to when they dominated the Premiership for 15 years. It's a good feeling, that nostalgic feeling. It's good to see South Perth back.
North v South as well, of course, which is what we absolutely love. We do have a little bit of, they're just getting ready. We might go through a bit of the pre-game. And of course, last week's results, and mate, look at that, 76, just made the Giants look like a training run. South Perth over the Giants, and of course the Beats. It took a little bit of while to get into gear, and I don't know if you caught that, Donnie. We know you're away, but I'll tell you what an absolutely cracker of a game. The last 5 minutes, the Bears were pushing for a draw, and the Sea Eagles, their strength and their veterans managed to stand up and just hold on for that win. Yeah,
well, of course, we had the announcement during the week of Perth coming into the NRL in 2027, and at the launch at the shoe, I was having a chat to Tommy Fry from the North Beach Sea Eagles, and I can tell you they weren't overly happy with that performance, and they're looking to work on a few things during training to improve on that and be a bit better here this week, and they're going to have to be up against a red-hot South Perth.
100%. And look, I said during the call as well, all they've got to do is just go back to their normal footy. They will get dragged in. The Bears actually did really well at the start, playing the run and gun, and sort of had them out of sorts. It's not until they sort of put their heads on straight and went, no, let's just play our normal footy, that they actually, they looked like they were strong. So that's obviously the fixtures for this week. 1v2 at the top there, but there's some interesting fixtures across there. I'm actually really treated a 5th v 4th down the bottom there. The Bears, it's early doors. I reckon their first year back in first grade, I reckon they're going to be pushing for finals this year.
But they're a fun team to watch. They're an exciting team to watch. So if you're not doing anything, you get a chance to go and watch the Bears play. You're going to have a bit of fun as we have a look at the team of the week from last week, and you see a few Sea Eagles in there, and as you'd expect, a few Lions after that massive victory. So. We're going to see quite a few of them on show here today. I think there was a couple that got 4 tries last week from the Lions.
Yep. And is that the wrong list?
That is the wrong list.
That
is the North Beach list.
That is the wrong list, because sitting at the top there is Bailey Miller, who is the leading try scorer currently in the competition. Apologies to...
it's a bit of a mixed list, actually. There was a few South Perth players in there and some North Beach players in there.
You get that. So we won't have one of those team lists anyway. But look, the most important thing is, again, this is 1v2. So early in the season, I think that's not the team to see.
That's the women's team list from last night.
I'll take the blame for that. That's fine. No worries. Look, this is going to be a cracking match. Big crowd down at George Burnett as well. Man, I'm ready for them to fire up. This should be an absolute cracker early on, and what a fantastic day it is too. If you're watching from Interstate, especially if you're watching from Darwin, because we've got the triple header today, welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in, and just so you know, it's been bloody hot here. It's been pretty hot. It's 30 odd something today. So I was out at Junior Sport this morning, and it was it was unpleasant. The sport was good, but it was unpleasant. So I don't know what these blokes are going to be like coming up against it today. Really
looking forward to the battle of the spine. We've got Travis Haney switching over from the Joondalup Giants at fullback, and Samasoni Lange and Harry DeBeek in the halves, with Jaden Evans at 9 for South Perth. While North Beach, Bailey Miller, Jeremy Wallace, Kobe Iesi's doing a great job back in Perth in the 9. But the big inclusion is in the 6. Two-time Ken Allen medal winner Tyrone Cranston.
Geez, that's a handy in, isn't it?
It's not bad.
It's not bad. You mentioned Jeremy Wallace, and I mentioned during the call last week, and it's almost like there was some ESP going on. I said they needed their veterans to stand up. They need Jeremy Wallace to actually start making some play. And he almost, like, it's like he had some sort of vision and heard it. And I just saw a change in his mannerism on the ground. He took control, and then the 2 or 3 tries that he scored after that, he literally had a hand in every single one of them. So every team has its barometer, and he's definitely one of those for North Beach.
Yeah, fantastic as well to see him back leading the Sea Eagles around, and to be able to bring in a bloke like Crano when he just again when I was having a chat to Tommy Fry at the shoe, as soon as he mentioned Tyrone Cranston, you saw his face light up, and that's going to be a big boost for them as this game is underway. It is the North Beach Sea Eagles with first use of the ball. So now it's the Sea Eagles taking it up towards the 20-metre line. Daniel Green involved there defensively, and the penalty goes. I think that might be against Kerry Cummings. Just spent a little bit too long in the tackle, and Nairobi, he gets up clutching at the face as well, so maybe some high contact. So up over halfway, so an early penalty. An early opportunity for the Sea Eagles to strike first. AEST goes across field, goes to Wallace. Wallace hands it on to Fry. Fry right in the middle of the park, 40 out from the Lions line. Now to Wallace. Wallace goes underneath the Whitehead. They control the ruck there, the Lions. Dugard and DeBeek. Fry with another hit and spin, finds his front, wants a quick play of the ball. Mason Hicko says no, sir. Slows it down. Trying to go through now is England. England gets the pass away, and the Sea Eagles through Miller. He will streak away and score the first try of this game. And what a ball from Billy England.
Bailey Miller again. I don't know what it is. He's a pie magnet at the moment. Everyone's just hanging it off. But yeah, fantastic ball, Donny, putting him in. I don't know how far he is on top of the ladder, but I tell you what, Bailey Miller again. I don't want to take away from that pass because it was fantastic. But Bailey Miller, top of the table from tries. We're actually getting requests across the country to get vision of him. So we actually sent some vision across to over the black dot as well during the week. So North Beach and Bailey Miller and that pass, they've started in the first 2 minutes. You couldn't ask for anything more.
Well, I mean, South Perth are yet to touch the ball. They got a penalty in their first set to help them out of their danger zone, and just a great little ball popped. And Bailey Miller, as you said, he is such a magnet, has this ability to show up in the right places at the right time, like all good fullbacks do, and he is a quality fullback.
Can't coach that, can you?
It's instinct of being there where you need to be, following the right players at the right times. So it's the Sea Eagles at George Burnett Park. And will play from in front. Conversion attempt should knock it over, but waved away.
Wow. Oh, geez.
Well, that's 20 in from touch. They're ones you've simply got to kick. That could come back to hurt them later.
Yeah, kicking's going to be important when you're coming up against top of the table Lions.
4-0. North Beach leading on the Kevin's Water Cartage scoreboard. The game day sponsor for the South Perth Lions. And we'll be hoping to turn that around. We're going to get their hands on the ball first. Set the tone with their defence. Kick goes down. It will be KGB, Callum Gulliver-Brown, with the first carry of this set. AEST works down a short side. Running into Capteen. The Sea Eagles again trying to get up over the advantage line, up towards halfway. It's that man again with another offload, England. This time it ends up back in the hands of Gulliver-Brown. He falls down as he got to his feet there. Cranston puts a kick in behind and it finds touch. It's just slowing things down. That'll allow them to set their defensive line. Now we get to see South Perth for the first time with the ball in hand.
The inside Sea Eagles territory.
When you're ready. No tackles.
Here's the first carry from the Lions.
Hold. Go one.
With captain. Now Haney, the fullback, coming in for an early carry. Looks like he's bulked up a little bit in the off-season, Haney, as Morey almost slices through. Well, he's been another real try scorer for the Lions in the opening 3 rounds of the competition. Hicko finds his front. Well, the Lions, they look good with ball in hand here. As it goes out to Lungy. Lungy tips that on to Smith. Smith spinning out of tackles. Wants to quick play the ball. Getting into dummy half is Green. He goes to Lungy. He comes back to the open side. It's knocked down by Gulliver Brown. DeBeek fires it across to Gugar, and he just straightens the attack. They've got another set of 6 now, South Perth. That's the 0 tackle. Evans goes out of dummy half to DeBeek. DeBeek goes to Morey. Morey stands in the tackle but can't get a pass away. DeBeek comes to the middle with Gugar. 1-man tackle. You've got to get numbers in the tackle with him, but he doesn't get a pass away. Knocked on a dummy half from Evans. He's complaining about Gulliver Brown being in the ruck and interfering. The referee's not listening.
The referee's right in the right spot that we see here on replay. Yeah, he's just lost just a loose carry there. Yeah, well,
he's in the ruck, but he didn't have time to clear.
He didn't have time to clear, and I guess that's the danger. He wanted to go quick, and that's the danger of going too quick before you clear the ruck. So,
not the best feed of a scrum there from Jeremy Wallace. Because it didn't come straight out, it meant that the fence moved up and were caught offside.
Did we see that last night as well?
Oh, we might have
seen that last night.
Well, that one was one where Liam Noonan called it out before it actually was.
It's gone very close to touch there.
Absolutely.
I don't know what he's doing.
Ruby flirting with danger. Now we got Sparrow. He's dummied to the outside, takes it forward. Out the back of Fry. Comes across to Wallace. Wallace dummies on the outside. He gets dealt with by Evans. Easy to dummy half. Goes to England. He's been busy again, had the arm free, looking for another offload. It's causing all sorts of headaches. Now with Cranston on the front foot. Dummies and goes, and Lungy chops him down. The 2 sixes come together. 2 high-class sixes as Miller tries to show some high class of his own, but Travis Haney, well positioned, cleans it up. He'll do well.
Just out.
Just stays in the field of play.
Go, too early 9.
AEST called out of it as they run from dummy half, but it's high quality, high pace stuff in the early stages, Dave.
It's almost like which team's going to break first. Look, we've only gone 7 minutes, but there's still quality footy from both sides. South Perth would much prefer the ball being their end.
Yeah, they haven't had a lot down their end of the park. And struggling to get out of their ends here. They're going to be kicking from basically just outside the 30 here, Harry DeBeek. I don't know that he gets quite as good a piece of it as he would have liked. And Bailey Miller sees some space on the outside. They gave him room, and he shows a clean pair of heels. Looks inside, the pass hits the deck. Riley Bradley has to go back and clean it up. He still gets up and goes again, Bradley. Still play on.
Gotta hold him. Gotta wait for the referee's call.
Well, the chance isn't done with yet. They're still in great field position as Cranston goes across to Nairobi. Cranston wrapping around.
Surely.
It's 3-on-1. He goes to the other winger and they dive in the corner. Ahuriri scores out wide, but scintillating football. The old-fashioned runaround from Tyrone Cranston. And the Sea Eagles, they've scored the first 2 tries of this game.
That is great footy, and that is Sea Eagles footy. That was what was lacking in the first half against Willagee last last week. Just patient footy. It all started with a great defensive set, keeping the Lions deep in their own zone. I mean, they had to kick, from the 30? Not a great kick, under pressure to Beak, and then that run from Bailey Miller. All just started from defence. Great attack, great defence. I love it.
Well, you said you're getting requests for Bailey Miller footy.
Yeah.
You don't even need to cut it up. Just send them this full game so far. It has been a Bailey Miller highlights package.
It's been exciting footy, and the crowd was up and about, and the crowd has they've just lulled. They've taken the crowd out of it. Big crowd at George Burnett. It is a beautiful day. I love George Burnett. I think it's fantastic. One of the best club rooms in the competition. Camera guys upstairs with a great view, but tell you what, the crowd's gone quiet. We're only gone 9 minutes, and let's see what he can do with this kick, because the first one wasn't that impressive. He's right out on the side, though. New kicker.
Riley Bradley, you probably should have scored if Bailey Miller had him hit him on the chest.
Just check his studs. He did well there. He scrambled back to cover it. He did well there.
The kick from right out on the touchline. A little bit tougher than the first one. The first one was waved away. Moves in. Gets a lot of height on it. Don't think he's got anywhere near the distance. So 2 unconverted tries. It's 8-0 on the Kevin's Water Cartage scoreboard. 10 and a half minutes gone. The Cash Converters key game during Women in League round. Harry DeBeek will get us back underway. Once again, that one's gone very deep, gone right up against the dead ball line, and the Sea Eagles have pushed it a couple of passes wide, trying to find some chasers not coming through. It's a good strong run there from Gillett. Haven't really seen him so far in this game, haven't had to hit that right edge too often. Here they come through Whitehead. Just going through the middle. He's not unaccustomed to playing in the middle of the park, so out on an edge though today. Gillett with his second run of this set. Trying to take a bit of pressure off the men that have done a lot of work in the early stages as Jeremy Wallace puts boot to ball. Travis Haney had to come forward to it. He steps, looks to go through England, but England says no. Stays with him. Magnetised to Travis Haney. To Moana. Takes a scurry out of dummy half. Smith. He's picked up, put that down onto his back. Now to Beak. They're looking to find some space on an edge because the line speed from North Beach has been really good. Compressed defensive line, and they're right up in their face, giving them no room to breathe as they get up to halfway on tackle 5. DeBeek steps past AEST chasing from marker. The high kick looks like it's too deep, although allowed to bounce by Miller. He's going to have to field it on his own dead ball line. Throws it along his dead ball line, and then they try and dive back into the field of play, but can't get there. Well, Bailey Miller, he probably should have tried to take that on the full and have an easy walk to the 20.
I think he thought it was going to bounce over.
Well, that's what he was hoping.
The kick was actually pretty good. The kick was under pressure, and it was a really well-weighted kick. I mean, you just mentioned that the line speed from the Sea Eagles, he was right up on his face at the kick, and then he managed to get it good purchase on it.
From the goal line, drop out. They come back with Captain. Look at the blokes that look like they bulked up in the off-season. Riley Captain. Another one shifting across from the Joondalup Giants. It's DeBeek, goes to Googard. Looks to push away from Wallace, but Wallace holds onto him, wraps up the ball. Evans goes to Green. Green out to DeBeek. Now Lungy. Lungy short ball to Smith. Smith pulls through and crawls on hands and knees and gets to the line.
Bit of desperation there. And the Lions needed that. Just we've only gone to 3 or 4 minutes inside Sea Eagles territory, and they needed something. That is a great ball. That is a really good ball. Just the timed that run fantastically well, and then just crawled to the line.
Yeah, that would have been some butterflies in the stomach there of Jared Smith as he's trying to get to the line, knowing the cover defence, if they touch him, he's tackled. But he gets there. And we talked a bit about the in of Tyrone Cranston, but the 6 for the South Perth Lions with the try assist there, Samasoni Langi, a guy that played, I think, 130-odd Super League games in England.
Oh, wow.
He's a high-quality player.
No, it was a high-quality ball. It was a fantastic ball. Now, you mentioned how important kicking is. I mean, with 2 tries, I mean, they could get within 2 if he nails this.
Well, he's a renowned goal kicker, Harry to beat. One of the best in our competition.
His best was still that kick to level it
in the grand final,
while he had literally the entire, what would appear to be the entire opposition cohort just over the fence, giving him plenty of encouragement and advice.
And that was a real highlight moment, I'm sure, of his entire career.
Oh, no.
And it's waved away. We've talked him up too much.
Sorry, Harry.
Yeah, well, he must have heard us.
Yeah,
he
right
knows that one was our fault. So 8 points to 4, North Beach lead on the Kevin's Water Cartage scoreboard as we see the hands and knees effort crawling across the line there from Jared Smith. 16 minutes gone.
Well, that was
another shank off the tee. So I'm not going for goal, but just from the kick-off.
16 up!
Doesn't appear to be a great deal of breeze there, but something's impacting the kickers at the moment.
Yeah, look, there hasn't been, if you're watching, obviously watching at home, there hasn't been a lot of breeze around air at all in Perth today, so which is probably contributing to the warm conditions.
Hold. Go.
South Perth, important set as it always is after points. It's Daniel Green. The tractor takes it forward. DeBeek fires one, and that one was begging to be intercepted. North Beach definitely get a touch on it, despite the fact that Riley Bradley trying to say he didn't.
No, 100% got a touch on it.
Look, it looks like North Beach are going to get the...
Not, are they? Oh, wow.
Okay. They're going to say he didn't get a fingertip to that one.
Okay.
And they've got the ball. It's just gone straight into touch. Well, they had a better angle than we did, so we'll have to go with the officials. And North Beach an opportunity now as Bradley plays the ball. Fry tips it on. Standing in the tackle here, Whitehead. Can't get him to ground. Plays it back. Wallace goes across to Cranston. He's got England on his inside. Runs into England, who almost pushes him through the gap. Now Wallace. Slow motion play here from Jeremy. Now gets it to AEST. England steps past one. Billy England fends off another. Gets the offload to Miller. Miller another offload to AEST. AEST dummies to the outside. Takes the tackle. Patience shown by Kobe. Fry from dummy half. He's going to go himself on the last. Well, I don't think the front rower at dummy half on the last was the right play. I don't think the run from dummy half was the right play. And they hand it over.
Entertaining footy though. Donnie, this is a great clash. Living up to its billing.
I'm loving the work of Billy England so far in this game. He's got, what do you have, 4 or 5 offloads already in the opening 20 minutes of this contest. He is causing all sorts of problems for South Perth defensively with his second phase. And the Lions have got to find a way of wrapping up the ball when it gets in his hands. Another good defensive set. Well, Kobe AEST, he's jumped the gun a couple of times and been called out of it by the referee. Hasn't given away a penalty yet because of the good comms from the ref. As
Play on.
Play on. He's dropped that forward.
Dropped
Travis
well
Haney
forward.
drops it on the boot. A knock on there from North Beach. A knock on from Haney. It was a bit messy.
North Beach and then a knock on.
That was okay.
Well, I think they've got the right result in the end,
Yes.
but I'm sure Harry DeBeek knocks this forward. He just throws that forward, and it bounced backwards into Hicko's arms.
Unless, I don't know what's going on there. That definitely went forward, unless it's come off the North Beach hand. I wouldn't have thought so. The referee was straight on that. He didn't need any support from his assistant. His assistant was in the wrong side anyway.
Well, Keegan Lawson down receiving some attention. I haven't called his name yet. I think he's only been on the field for about 3 seconds. And he looks like he's picked up a knock. You see him shaking his head there. He says he's okay. He's now trying to convince the trainer. The trainer gives him the pat on the back and says, rip in, mate. Sparrow, he's hit hard and high. Well, the trainer's out there again, this time having a chat to Brad Sparrow to see if he's okay. North Beach looking to extend this 4-point lead. Nairobi with the tap and go. Let's see what they set up this time. England ready for a run. Takes it forward. They put him to ground nice and quickly. No offload this time. Out the back of Lawson, it goes to Cranston, to Wallace. Wallace to Fry. Dummies on the outside. Fallen for by DeBeek. The inside defence, though, was good. And coming back through the middle of the ruck, though, Gugar gives away the penalty. And a repeat set coming from North Beach.
The ball has been camped in this area for a while now, off the back of some great offensive and defensive efforts. Oh, he's lost that. Oh!
Double knock on. And that lets South Perth off the hook somewhat. As you say, they've been down there for a while, North Beach, and they would have liked to turn it into points, but put down by Lawson, who shook off a bit of a head knock a moment ago. Although the pass from Raisi perhaps not what the front rower was looking for. Smith ducking his head dangerously into Sparrow. Run out of dummy half from Arthur. Arthur looks to go to the outside. Runs into a heavy shoulder from Cranston.
On the ball.
Noble out onto the field for South Perth. Wanted to quicker play the ball than he was allowed. It's a nice, strong run from Elliott. As both teams go to their bench. Green picked up, driven backwards. That doesn't happen often. Billy England making his presence felt defensively now. There's Lungy hit as he kicked. Taken by Bradley, and it's going to be a penalty for the contest on Lungy. Well, there's just no reward for putting pressure on the kicker nowadays.
Yeah, I was about to say great pressure on the kick, and that affected it. It went up and under, but you know, here we see it on replay. I don't want to be critical, but that's. We go back to live play. Yeah, I don't want to be critical. I don't necessarily think that was the greatest call, but.
Well, it's the way the game is going at the moment. It goes to Lungy. Lungy goes across. Dummies to the first runner. Picks up the straight runner. Well read by North Beach. They handle that pretty comfortably. Evans to dummy half. Looks to Lungy. Lungy goes to the line. Runners inside and out. He goes inside to Green. Green will be hard to stop. He drops the hips. He gets to the ground, and the referee points to the spot as the tractor gets over, and it's 8-all kick to come.
I tell you what, if you're South Perth, I reckon you're feeling pretty good right now, because you've been locked down in your own area. Some great defensive sets from Beach, who have just locked them in there. One penalty, which we just finished speaking about, and they needed half a set, and they've come down here and scored. So they should be feeling pretty good.
Have you ever seen when
We've only gone 23 minutes as well.
When they lose his legs, broke his leg?
I'm not sure Keegan Lawson's 100% out there, if I'm honest. He's been out there a few minutes. He had the knock-on down the other end of the field, and that was a pretty poor missed tackle there on Daniel Green as well.
Didn't see the contact. He was on the ground, wasn't he? I didn't actually see what put him on the ground.
Well, DABSCO, we might have our first conversion for the day.
And look, we're about to. They could take the lead here from nothing. I mean, they've definitely been the second best team on the park thus far.
It has been North Beach that have dominated possession and territory, and they're the ones that are ripping apart my vocal cords as well with some fantastic play. But it's South Perth that look like they're about to take the lead in this one. 25 minutes gone. DABSCO does raise the flags for the first time in the contest. It's 10 points to 8 on the Kevin's Water Cartage scoreboard. 25 minutes gone.
A couple of years ago, I think.
It's going to be interesting to see how North Beach respond now after having done so well. Do they change things unnecessarily, or do they stick with the plan?
Well, I wouldn't think so. Again, question marks. I mean, that was a missed tackle. And they've moved themselves up the ground for a questionable, well, in my book, a questionable penalty that late hit, if you can call it that, on the kicker, and then a missed tackle. And they've managed to score. So limited opportunities up the front, but they have managed to put points on and take the lead.
Lungy gets it to Elliott in the middle of the park. Pass from Evans, not the best. It's cleaned up by DABSCO. So they try and come up with a one-on-run strip there from Gillett. Hicko runs into Lawson and Fry. Now DABSCO. DABSCO to Lungy. Lungy goes right to the line. Dummies, pulls through the other side. Well, he's a threat every time he gets the ball in his hands. DABSCO, he's going to put some threat on the back three with trying to hit the belly of the ball, but it's taken nicely there by Ahuriri, one of the Sea Eagles try scorers. Ruby, he takes a scurry out of dummy half. Noble makes the tackle. Stays on top too long, and the penalty is awarded.
I don't have a problem with that. Set it standard early.
He definitely tried to work him over. I don't know that he dominated the ruck as enough to justify staying there that long. It does give North Beach an opportunity to perhaps take the lead once more. Oh. Sparrow is whacked by Elliott. The ball comes free.
Wow.
And they're going to say penalty, ripped out two in the tackle.
It's a bit of push and shove too.
Easy wants to have a discussion here with James Elliott.
Oh, I think he's lucky there. Exactly. You've got the right to hold on to the ball, and I think he's lucky there.
Well, both teams have been lucky with penalties so far. South Perth were able to convert theirs into points. Can North Beach do the same? As we always say, those things, they do tend to even out over the course of a season. Zepparima takes it forward for the Sea Eagles. Lawson, dummy two underneath, goes to Wallace. Wallace fires one across. It's with Whitehead. Whitehead standing in the tackle at DABSCO. Tries to drag him towards the try line. Plays it back to Aisi. Aisi goes flat with Fry. Geez, he's worked hard. Aisi going across. Goes to Cranston. He goes long. Out to Nairubi. Nairubi to Ahuriri. Ahuriri dives for the corner. Lungy spins him around and holds him up. Well, what a great tackle from Semisoni Lungy.
That was fantastic. Great cover defence.
We'll go back to the 10-metre line and play the ball. Ibrahima hit over the top there by Evans, and a penalty is blown. The referee wants a chat.
He's had penalties before. If there's another penalty from him, another penalty from him.
Okay, so he's called out. He's called out. He said too many penalties. Who was it?
I think he's pointing towards Elliott.
Yeah.
Who gave away the penalty a moment ago, got in the push and shove, and AEST might very well have got into his head. As that one just about goes over the top of the head there of Ibrahima. Now to Wallace. Wallace goes the pass to Fry, short ball to Whitehead. Whitehead was under pressure, did well to hold it. Good tackle from Morrie. Now Miller. Dummies on the inside, just takes the tackle, burns a tackle. AEST dummies, goes himself. AEST tries to burrow in. He's lost the ball in the contact there of Harry de Beek. And that was a couple of very ordinary plays from the North Beach Sea Eagles.
Not sure what was going on there. They had plenty of tackles in the bag as well.
Well, they've been very slick in pretty much everything they've done with ball in hand. But then it was two plays in a row. It weren't quite as pretty as everything else they've done so far today. Now Lungy working down a short side. Just takes a bit of a hit up on the final play. Comes to Daniel Green for the kick. He'll be taken pretty comfortably by Bradley. Well, you saw Daniel Green sort of look around for the beat because Lungy was tackled, so somebody else had to put the kick in. And Daniel Green says, I'll do my best.
I want a good defensive set here from the Lions. Put some pressure on. They've sort of won the arm wrestle the last few minutes.
Gillett will play it back to Wallace. Now with Fry, runs into Green and just flops down to his front. Wants a quick play the ball, but Daniel Green's not going to allow that. Comes to Cranston, who's going to put the kick in. Well, he didn't quite get the bounce he wanted there, Travis Haney. Uses his legs well. Pulls out of the tackle at Gillett, still going. Haney beats another there in Wallace. He beats Cranston and then dives. Well, he's not going to slide in from that far out.
Not quite. Not enough oil on the pitch.
Hold.
Laurie plays it now, back to Evans as Hicko. Lungy wants the ball, he gets it. Again has runners inside and out, goes out to Green. Green goes wider still. Ends up there now with Cummings. Now Lungy going across field. Goes wide to the beak, looking. That's a forward pass from Gugar. Looking to use the ball, using the full width of the field, going from one side to the other, which is a nice idea, but the execution from Ethan Gugar, well, the camera was right in line with this one, Dave.
It was too, way forward. Way forward.
So the Lions leading 10 points to 8. The Kevin's Water Cardiff scoreboard, 32 minutes gone. Around the grounds, courtesy of Cash Converters, and in the Westpac Women's Premiership last night, the Ellenbrook Rabbitohs beating the Kalamunda Bulldogs 86-0. And the Fremantle Roosters over the Joondalup Giants 26 points to 4. The Sea Eagles win the scrum. Now across to Houston Eparama. Couple wide, and Justin Buckley out onto the field as well. He throws a forward pass, and it is called. It's picked up. Well, he was fading backwards and just throws it forward. And another player that's come off the bench for North Beach and just had an inauspicious first touch. You need some impact from your bench, and so far, North Beach getting negative impact from their bench. The Lions Well, it was again early in the tackle count, an error. Handing it over. Both teams just coming up with a couple of poor plays in the last few minutes. It's DeBeek. He's got something there, bit of tape or something dangling from the chin. The run from dummy half, and the ball comes loose there. Just a shot over the top. I think it might have been Brodie Whitehead on Travis Haney, forces the error. Well, it has been a fast-paced first half, Dave, and it looks like there is some fatigue starting to set in with quite a few errors in the last couple of minutes.
Again, it is hot. I mean, round one, these teams we ended up having, well, Beach had to play quarters, didn't they? Because it was hot.
So it was
quite warm and seasonally hot.
Almost 40 degrees for round one. Not quite that hot today. There's a penalty. South Perth, not for the first time, offside from a scrum.
All of you. Can't call all numbers.
Well, Lungy wants to know who it was that was offside and just call him out. And he said, well, it's hard to do when every single one of you is offside.
On the red line.
North Beach. 5 minutes now until half time. Sparrow starts the set. They're in good field position. Teparama. And another penalty blown. Well, this James Elliott, he's been warned before and he's been put in the bin. So James Elliott has given away quite a few penalties. Well, it's not Elliott, it's actually Timmy Noble that's going to the bin. So just repeated infringements from South Perth, and the referee, he did give the warning to Lungy, and now they're going to be down to 12 for the last 5 minutes of this half and the first 5 of the next. This is a really important period of the game. North Beach, they'll be wanting to convert this into multiple tries in this 10-minute window. Eparama pulls through the first tackle of Evans. Struggles towards the 10-metre line. Buckley points at his target. Wallace fires to his target in Whitehead. Whitehead backing towards the line. Plays the ball to Buckley. Buckley goes across and it's with Fry. Bounces away from one. Fry spins around, loses the ball. How did it come out? Ripped out, says the referee. And another penalty to North Beach as the groan comes from the South Perth faithful.
I'm not surprised. What is that now, 4?
Well, again, he's trying to spin to the line, and I think you're entitled to try and wrap the ball up in that situation while he's spinning. Another harsh one there against the Lions. So it goes to Cranston. Cranston can't get away from Green. Grabs him by the jersey and drags him down. Buckley dribbles it in behind early in the count for the front rower, and it's cleaned up in the in-goal line dropout to come. Ethan Gugar was awake to it, but there was a little trick shot from Justin Buckley. Almost got the reward.
Okay, coaching in the back.
Have the goal line drop out. Harry DeBeek with the ball in hand, and just a few minutes left in the half, and South Perth will be hoping to wind a little bit of time off the clock. Well, back underway. He's got a fair chunk of that down to Cranston. Cranston hands that off to Funga. He's just out onto the field. Oh, good shot! Well, that was a very good shot. I think it was Elliott. He's put on a few bangers in this first half. He has had an impact off the bench and forces a massive, massive error to help the Lions out. Repeating, they are down to 12 men at the moment with Tim Noble in the sin bin. Evans plays it back to Green. Green goes to Hicko, standing flat-footed. Evans now to Lungy. Lungy catches it on the ad line, gets the pass to DeBeek. DeBeek takes on Nairobi and slides over for a sensational try for South Perth, and Samasoni Langi again had his fingerprints all over it.
I tell you what, if you are North Beach, you are going to be filthy. How many penalties was that? Deep inside Lions territory. And they've come up one set and then bang. I mean, I do not want to be a fly on the wall inside the change rooms at half time, because I tell you, well, they've come from nothing. They've come from nothing. I mean, the early start of this game was all the Sea Eagles. Again, the last 3 minutes, deep inside Lions territory, penalty after penalty after penalty. They're a man down, and they get one set, go up there, to beat straight through, bang, and all of a sudden they've increased their advantage, and with a kick to come heading into half time. That's a coach killing. That's shocking.
It absolutely is, and Phil Duché, I'm sure, will have plenty to say at the break. It is they've dominated this 40 minutes, and they're going to find themselves down by 8 points. Up a man, and to give up a try like that, that was just a good line run from Harry DeBeek, running off his 5'8". Slides over to score the try. Should convert this as well. Make it 16 points to 8 in the shadows of half time. Does exactly that.
The team was all right. He had like 4 penalties, and he's had 4 penalties in the game, so he was really the problem. That's about it.
We have the Sea Eagles coming back towards halfway, because the clock you've got on your screen isn't the official game clock, but there shouldn't be too much longer left.
Okay, 20 seconds to go. 1 second. I've got long. Okay, hurry up. That goes long.
There's the referee saying 30 seconds to go, so the Lions, and they'd be happy to go to the break, you would think, down a man. They've been able to take a bit of time off the clock and also put 6 points on. As Cummings takes the last run from dummy half, and that is half time. It's not half time yet, it's a penalty to South Perth. They're going to have one play. So Lungy, he's going to boot this into touch. Doesn't try and bite off too much. So they're still 60 metres out from North Beach's line, but they're going to... Do they have a trick shot? Something up their sleeve. Cummings goes to Lungy. Lungy goes across, fires that one across. Catch pass from DeBeek. Haney picks it up. He loves a bit of broken field stuff, but they surround him, and he says that'll do. Half time, and South Perth, they will lead 16 points to 8. It has been a good half, and
look, it's been a great half of your South Perth, because the first few minutes was a bit forgettable. In fact, large portions of that game were actually pretty good, to be honest, from a North Beach perspective. I mean, they dominated. I mean, we don't have the stats, but I'd love to see the metres gained. I mean, they had the ball in hand for a considerable portion of that game. They were gifted penalty after penalty deep in their own zone. They couldn't convert, and then both their tackles, they just had one set. Got up the ground, some lax defence, missed tackles, and then all of a sudden find themselves 2 tries up. I mean, that's pretty bad.
Yes, it absolutely is. It's been a great half. Do we have the guys in the NT?
I think we do. So of course this is it's the first of 3 games back to back to back to back to back to back to back. We've got Cam up in Darwin. I don't know if you can hear us, Cam. He's going to preview the doubleheader coming up. The Darwin brothers and the Palmerston Raiders. I don't know if you can hear us, Cam. You got us up there? Well,
looks like we got Chrissy Foy there.
Oh, I've got Chris Foy. It is too. Yep. not sure if you can hear us up there.
G'day, chaps. How are you?
Oh, there you are, mate. Good to hear and good to see you, mate. What's it like up there? You've got a big clash up there coming up, the double header, the men's first and then the women's. How you see it today? You got any inside information for us?
Oh, look, based on current standings, the Raiders are doing a little bit tough. Brothers, obviously Premiership winners from last year, looking fairly good at this stage of the season, and that's in both women's and men's. So looking forward to them probably taking out a good win in both games. But Palmerston Raiders are definitely on the improve. So look forward to a nice, cool evening. We've got some competition across the road with the Gold Coast Suns playing the Western Bulldogs just across at TIO Stadium. So with a bit of luck, we might get some overflow crowd from that as well to watch these games.
That'll be good. Look, Chris, we don't actually have much with the Raiders team list at the moment. Can you tell us, have you got a team list up there and you can tell us, is there any surprise changes, especially with the men's game heading into the opening game?
No, we haven't been able to get a final team list at this stage. We're out hunting that down at the moment. We hope to obviously have that available before kickoff, and we'll see if we can have a catch up with the coaches in the time before the kickoff and see if they've got any words to be able to convey to the listeners, viewers.
Chris, mate, absolutely fantastic. We're able to catch up with you before the game to give us some insight, mate. Hopefully we get some more of your dulcet tones during the game when we kick off very shortly, actually, up there in the top end for what will be a pretty awesome double header for women and league round, mate. So thanks for joining us, and hopefully we can hear you again soon.
Cheers, fellas.
Well, great to hear there from Toy Boy up in the top end. He's a fantastic man up in Darwin, but we do have a big double header coming up after this, part of the triple header. We'll take a break here and be back with the second half of the South Perth Lions up against the North Beach Sea Eagles, with the Lions leading 16 points to 8. Well, g'day ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for the second half of this top of the table clash between the South Perth Lions and the North Beach Seagulls. It's the Lions leading 16 points to 8, almost against the run of play at the break. And well, before we do get back underway, we'll go around the grounds courtesy of Cash Converters, and half-time and the other fuel to go and play Premiership games. The Fremantle Roosters are leading the Joondalup Giants 20 points to 0, and the Willagee Bears.
The Bears. Oh, I've got a soft spot for the Bears. No idea why. No idea why.
But they're putting it to the Rockingham Sharks. 28 points to 6, the scoreline in that one. That was 4th versus 5th. You said you were looking forward to seeing how that one played out, and it's Willagee well and truly on top at the moment.
Yeah, it's just a pity we can't get a feed from that game as well. But all the games that we've seen early from them, they've been fast starters. They have been fast starters, and I'm sure as the season goes on, you know, the opposition teams will try and put some structures in place to counter that. But they are fast starters, and they've started pretty fast there in the second half.
North Beach, they do trail after leading 8-0 in this one. They've conceded 16 unanswered points, but it is 13 v 12 at the moment with Tim Noble from South Perth in the sin bin for the first 5 minutes of this half. But the Lions will have first use of the ball, so a chance for them to take a bit of time off the clock. And they've already scored while being down to 12. There's now Lungy. Gets it out to Smith. I think that's Cummings, rather. Now Green to Haney. Racing up to try and shut him down, his Sparrow. And he does so. Might have been teammates at Joondalup not so long ago, but on the opposite sides for completely different clubs right now. As Hicko plays the ball, Lungy's going to kick out a dummy half. So a pretty good first set of the second half. It bounces down to Nairobi. And, I noticed when they did make that break, the try to Harry de Beek, but it was Nairobi that looked like he was playing fullback. So it looks like something's happened to Bailey Miller. Is he on the course of this game? I think he's left the field, so I don't think he's out there at the moment.
Well, that's a big update if he's off.
England chopped down low there from Elliott. He's had a bit of an impact with his defence. Daniel Green makes a good shot there as well on the Seagulls. It's the midfield bomb, an old-fashioned midfield bomb. Nobody wants to catch it. There is Miller, so he's out there. He taps that back to the advantage here of Haney. South Perth, well, after a midfield bomb, they get the ball in pretty good field position. I'm not sure exactly what the...
It was a good defensive set from them. I mean, you know, and there was a little bit of pressure off the kick, and it was a break here.
Goes through, gets the ball out to Arthur. Arthur heads towards the corner, takes on the fullback, and then forced to flick it in field.
It was either going to be a turnover or going out. Yeah, okay.
Well,
I wasn't sure.
Maury there gives away a penalty. Got up a little high. He's not too happy with the decision from the referee. He's going to have to wear it.
He did wrap his head up. There wasn't a lot of vigour in it, but he did wrap his head up.
Now with Gillett. Comes into Hicko and Elliott.
Hold, go.
Cranston goes across Nairobi. Nairobi looking to use his speed. A bit of an in and away. Lungy stays with him. Hits the deck, and now the Lions get numbers in the tackle. They take him right towards the sideline. Well, he could feel the heat from the grass on the line. But he manages to keep his nose hairs away from it. And stays in the field of play. Funga. Now with England. England forces that offload, but it again creates some space to the outside. Some room to move now for Whitehead. Whitehead chopped down. Told to go back and play the football. So now it comes back to Wallace. Wallace, he's going to rake that one across field towards Cranston. Cranston climbs high, takes it athletically and dives over to put the North Beach Sea Eagles on the board for the first try of the second half.
Like a graceful ballerina, he jumped into the sky and landed about now and got himself a pie on the end of it. Have a look at this. Look at that. Timed it beautifully. Thank you very much. And that's the start they wanted.
Yeah, Kerry Cummings just didn't position his body well enough to get in the way there of Cranston, and he had a free leap at it. As you say, he was in the air for a long time. A pinpoint accurate kick from Jeremy Wallace.
Thanks, Paul.
I've used a few different goal kickers here, North Beach. Now Justin Buckley taking over.
Yeah, he's yeah.
He's a bit of a sharp shooter. About 16 in from touch here, Buckley. You'd expect him to kick it, but it hasn't been a great day for our goal kickers.
No, it's been pretty indifferent, isn't it?
Yes, I know.
They're none from two so far. The Sea Eagles. Beat 2 from 3, but the one that he missed is one you'd expect him to have got. Buckley shanked it as well.
Oh, what's going on? It's the Bronx cheers. He's got the thumbs up. I love it. That wasn't a great kick.
Well, this
one was a good kick. This one's a great kick.
This was a fantastic kick as we have a look at the Cranston try again.
And into the sky. Oh, wow. Yeah, really bad field position there. And look, there's no breeze to speak of. We've mentioned that. It's a really hot day, no breeze. So it didn't move around in the air.
Well, goal kicking is the difference. We spoke about it with the first miss, and from that kick-off, South Perth get it back, allowed to bounce. It bounces straight back into the arms of Eddie Proudler. And South Perth looking to get these 4, possibly 6 back. Proudler at dummy half, goes the short side. Winiata. That's actually Gougard. Proudler goes to Green. Green dummies to the first runner. Goes to DeBeek. Now Lungy. Lungy goes to Haney. Haney had to stop and catch it. Had a little bit of a juggle. And that took the momentum out of his run. So he just takes that tackle, put down onto his back and slowed down. Lungy goes from dummy half. Takes on one. Tries to burrow over. And they've done well to hold him up. Well, he cited a one-on-one opportunity, Lungy, and backed himself. The Sea Eagles come up with the try saver on 5. Proudler rolls it in behind. That's just there for anyone. And Bradley gets back, cleans it up. They'll get a repeat set, but there was a lot of space there for Eddie Proudler.
Deft kick. That was a great kick.
If only it was somebody with a little bit more pace chasing through.
I was about to say that. I'm glad you did it. We haven't mentioned his. Well, you haven't mentioned Eddie's name much, but I tell you what, when he.
Well, again, I mean, it shows the depth that they've got this year to have a guy like Eddie Proudler to be able to come off the bench for them. There's Haney trying to increase his involvement level. Quick play the ball. Proudler on the back of that. Goes to Noble. They're back to 13 on 13. So he was the man in the sin bin. Now Elliott. Proudler wraps around. Goes across to Lungy. Lungy goes the short, hard runner. Crashing through goes Hicko. It's not far away. Falls over as he plays the ball, though, and that will hand over possession.
Lucky break.
Well, they're right on the front foot there, the Lions. And North Beach will breathe a sigh of relief. But yeah, after they re-get what I was saying before they regathered that kickoff. Was goal kicking the difference in the game so far. It's 3 tries apiece.
I'll tell you what, though, it's creating a nice close contest, and we see a good break here on the side.
Lungy comes across, and some more cover gets across as well. Ahuriri takes the higher percentage option, stays in the field of play. Nairobi, he's created some headaches for South Perth with his speed, and again he was influential in creating that break. Zeparaima, the Lions getting up quickly to shut him down. Now Wallace just hands it off to Whitehead.
Hold. Go. Oh.
Now Wallace. Dummies, something opened up momentarily. Hicko closed the gap quickly. The kick from Miller. The high up and under. I don't think there's enough time for the chasers to get there. Clever play from Travis Haney, getting a foot back into the in-goal. Races back to the 27 tackle set, and they'll be on the front foot. 0 tackle on the 30-metre line. Now Tumoana, out of dummy half. Rolled onto his back. Spending a long time in the ruck there, Cranston. Now Noble. Looks to run over the top there of Eparaima, but he makes a good tackle down low. Green hits that one right on the ad line. Quick play the ball. Plays it back to Proudler. Proudler has a go himself. Gets the arm free, but takes the tackle. DeBeek into dummy half. Goes to Lungy. Lungy dummies. Goes himself. And Samasoni Lungy looks to the outside. And they'll score the try and extend this lead. Ethan Gugar goes over. I feel like Lungy could have scored it himself. He created it. He sets it up. Another try assist, a line break in there as well. His stats line is looking amazing.
Well, he's been all over it the last few minutes, hasn't he? So here we go again on the replay. Just that run. Look at that run. He could have scored it himself, and just unselfish play. But not only a few minutes ago there was, great run down that far edge as well. He's been all over it. North Beach need to find a solution to shut him down. And mate, if you've only just joined us, this is a turn up for the books, because Beach were undoubtedly the best team in the first major parts of the first half, if not all of it. We don't have the stats for it, but I really would love to see meters gained and lines breaks. They were all over it. South Perth at one stage, pushed them up the ground with penalty after penalty, and South Perth just needing one set in that first half to get up the end of the field, some lax defence, and take the lead going into the break. And now they've turned it around and they're dominating.
Yeah, I think the defence. What you mentioned there, the defence there of the Sea Eagles is what would be concerning Phil Duché. He's just. Every time South Perth have come down this end, they've looked like scoring points.
And it's funny you mentioned that. When the game last week against Willagee, that was their Achilles heel. So when they didn't have ball in hand, has he got that?
That one drops over. He didn't seem to get a great chunk of it either, but it drops over the crossbar.
Let's see this run again. This is the lead up. Yeah, so when they've got ball in hand, they're fine. But defensively, there's a bit of fine-tuning they need to engage in if they're going to defend their premiership this year. It is early doors.
Yeah, very early in the season, and one question mark I have heard raised about the Lions is perhaps their depth. That they struggled not just in first grade but across the grades, and while they've got some fantastic frontline talent, if they do pick up a few injuries, that might be where they come back to the field. But that's not helping the North Beach Sea Eagles right now, because they are red hot and they've given away a penalty. It was obvious there from the vision that we're seeing that they were in front of the kicker. They did go early. It's one of the easiest penalties to not give away, and that is horrible discipline from the Sea Eagles.
They're at 6s and 7s at the moment. I said last week against Willagee, they just got to get back to playing beach rugby. They've just got to get back to playing proper footy. We know that they've been a dominant team for a long time. They're just not doing it at the moment. This is simple stuff.
Yes, Phil Duche, he might be joining a few of the other coaches in the fold with no hairs shortly, because he'll be ripping it out as we speak.
I can't talk. You could probably, if you're watching the commentary camera, I definitely can't talk. Always lost that. There you go.
Well, he's going to be called back. He was off to the races there, Gulliver Brown. He was wondering why nobody was gaining. It's because the whistle had been blown as we watch this breakdown there. Proudler. I'm not sure why it was called back.
He's in his rights to play on there, isn't he? I don't know.
He's obviously found a second knock on in there somewhere, and it might actually be a South Perth feed.
Okay,
so it's going to say it's knocked down by.
Hand in, yeah.
It's the first knock on from North Beach. So South Perth, they do get the ball back as it goes to Lungy. Lungy goes to the line, goes out to Haney. Haney a little in and away, but and has to step back infield and get away from the sideline. Lungy to Noble. Now Proudler. Lungy getting his hands all over it. Short crash play now from Smith. Smith plays it back to Proudler. Proudler to Lungy. Lungy goes across. He picks up Elliott. Elliott reaches out and drops it. Play on. They're going to try and counter-attack with Nairobi. Nairobi stepping around. Well, North Beach asking where's the advantage. We're a centimetre out from our line rather than 10 metres. And Bailey Miller says, now we're a little bit further than a centimetre. Bailey Miller, he pins the ears back. Does he have the speed? There's a few cover defenders coming for the Lions. And Bailey Miller, he set sail for the other corner. And eventually they get across and make the tackle with Meliartha. And a sin bin for Meliartha as he spends too long in the tackle, drags him down a second time. And South Perth, they've got another player in the sin bin. That's the second time in this match. They've been reduced to 12 men. Last time the Sea Eagles were unable to convert it into any points at all. Can they force themselves back into this contest now? Down 22 points to 12 on the Kevin's Water Cartage scoreboard. They've got another golden opportunity after another fantastic run from Bailey Miller. God, he was good in the opening sort of 10 minutes or so.
I'll be honest, I thought he had more toe than that.
There's plenty of speed in this South Perth team. They definitely made him look a little bit slower than perhaps he is. It's Cranston. Goes across to Nairobi and charging up out of the line. That is a great shot from Ethan Googard. There's a bit of push and shove as well. North Beach don't like it. But South Perth, well, they deserve to get around each other and do a bit of backslapping after that shot from Ethan Googard.
Just watch this. Like a book, he came in from next week. Bang! Get that up here. Like, that's fantastic. That's a team lifting tackle, and when you're 10 points up, you've just put another player in the bin. What a way. What a way to continue that momentum and fire up the big crowd at George Burnett.
Well, North Beach, they've really been their own worst enemy. They can't say they haven't had opportunities. They've twice had South Perth reduced to 12. They've had a lot of field position and territory, particularly in that first half, and they just have not been able to convert any of it into enough points to be leading this game.
Yeah, he just went down really easy. Or was it a head? Hold on. He's holding his head.
Right, no, I didn't say play on. I didn't put time on.
Well, that was Meliartha, so it must be a Cook Maury that's
I think I did, yeah.
The player that got sent to the sin bin.
No, the
second man in after Arthur made the tackle.
Play the ball here. Yeah. Just wait!
And again told to come back and have a third go at playing the ball. Wait for the referee to call time back on. Third time lucky for Millie Arthur.
Release him! Hold!
Jared Smith plays the ball. Mason Hicko picks out Jeremy Wallace. Plays it back to Prowler. Now Green. Just trying to spin around to his front, but at least he controls him to the ground. Now Captain. Fifth and last. They're happy just to get through the set. As Prowler looks to drive it down into a corner. Sits up for Miller. Miller dummies to his winger. Now looks to go to the outside. Now he gives it to Nairobi. Nairobi comes back infield, looking to find a weakness. He does find a weakness. He gets around them. Now Nairobi, he's beaten 2 and 3, was looking for a support runner on his inside, but has to take the tackle. It's another really good kick return from North Beach. Miller, he's starting to get his hands on the ball a little bit more. Gets the pass back to Cranston. Cranston, he looks to go through the middle through England. England, we know he's got an offload in his game, but the ball wrapped up by Smith. Now Gulliver Brown, he throws a real pressure pass there. It's picked up. Haney looks to pull away from Gillett. Gillett drags him down from behind. Desperation stuff there. Arthur fends away from one. Looks to get away from another. Couldn't get the offload there to Gugard. He goes into dummy half for a run. Runs at Gulliver Brown. The Lions, they're looking to put a nail in the coffin here of North Beach's chances. Somebody's O has to go. Both these teams unbeaten so far in the fuel to go and play Premiership. And it's Lungy who has controlled this contest, almost slicing through again. Prowler goes across to DeBeek. DeBeek goes to Smith, dummies to the wraparound. Gillett gets him by the jersey and just ragdolls him. Prowler goes short side. DeBeek tries to roll it in behind. Haney chasing through. He flicks it back in. It's gone touch in goal, and they'll come out to the 20. So Bailey Miller racing to the 20-metre line for the quick restart in the 7-tackle set. Oh, charging up, getting him high there is Jared Smith. He's bounced back to his feet. So the contact,
Come behind.
perhaps not quite as ferocious as it first looked.
Shoulder.
Came in from the side and perhaps bouncing up into the head rather than direct contact. I think direct contact, and that might have been a send-off.
Take the kick. No way.
And some.
North Beach, once again, gifted another opportunity. Into a decent area, first tackle, up on the halfway line.
Hold, go.
Goes to Wallace. They come to the middle of the park. Eparaima coming back against the grain. South Perth defence read that pretty well. Cranston underneath to Nairobi. Nairobi comes through the other side. He shrugs away from Travis Haney and dives over. Well, he's been threatening to do this. Kitione Nairobi has been very hard to handle for the South Perth defence, and he finally gets his name on the score sheet.
They needed to score, especially with the numerical advantage. Oh, that's a great. I like that fend off. That's fantastic.
Yeah, well, I tell you, Travis Haney won't have enjoyed it. But a number of times he's broken the line. And this time he's been able to turn it into 4. Hopefully 6 points. They haven't converted one yet, but I don't know, Dave, are you going to back him in here?
Thank you.
I'm not going to say anything. Because he's got to kick the... I mean, the last one was a shocker. And he gave us a right smile for it, but surely... No, I'm not going to say anything.
He's still taking his time. This game, well, it's far from over. North Beach, still every chance as they do raise the flags on this occasion. It's 22 points to 18 on the Kevin's Water Cartage scoreboard.
And again, kicking important. Within a try.
Thank God, I'm refereeing a close game for once.
He's obviously reffed a couple of blowouts in recent weeks.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Shout out to the referee. Well done. Love a good chat from the referee. I thought he was talking to himself. He might have been talking to us.
Well, maybe he's touch judges. Around the grounds, courtesy of Cash Converters and Kevin Allen. Fremantle Roosters up 32 points to 4 over the Joondalup Giants.
I'm glad the Giants have scored.
Of course, 76-0 last week was the scoreline against them. So, you're right. Glad they've got themselves on the board. And what looks like it's going to be another heavy defeat for the Giants in what's proving a difficult season for them. North Beach, though, 4-point margin, trying to get themselves back in. Perhaps to take the lead with another try. South Perth, they shouldn't be far away from being back to 13. The kick goes down to Haney. Takes it inside his 20. And he's met with a straight line of Sea Eagles defenders. Gugar goes out of dummy half. Buckley just holds onto the ball and slows down the play of the ball. Run from dummy half from Tumoana. We've seen a lot from Jordan. It's Noble. One of the men that got a 10-minute holiday earlier in this contest. Hicko back in behind the ruck, finds a little bit of room. Now Proudler goes to Lungy. Lungy fires a pass across. A chance. Smith goes out and it's going to dive over in the corner. Melly Arthur shows a clean pair of heels. Burns the Sea Eagles on that right-hand side. And they score out wide and they extend this 4-point lead to 8.
That run from the outside, we see it here. And that pass, beautiful. Now here it is. What a pass. Good comms as well with his runner on the edge there.
Well, again, Samasoni Langy, that first pass from Lungy got Royden Gillett interested, and it got Jared Smith to the outside of Gillett, and then it became a 2-on-1.
And just the timing of that run as well, just absolutely brilliant.
It's pretty classy rugby league. He has put his class all over this game, Lungy. He's a shoe-in for the team of the week. I don't want to tell Caleb how to do his job, but
I think we're also we're learning a bit about South Perth as well in this game. So there was obviously they both these teams, and I love that. What was the zero's got to go? I love that. we got to bring that out next year as well. We knew they were both at the top of the table, both yet to lose, but this is their biggest test of the year. I think we're learning a lot about South Perth. Sea Eagles still, I think, defending premiers, and I think in that regard you can give them a bit slow start. They've still got some stuff to work on, and it's easy stuff to fix. But we're learning a lot about the Lions today. I'm really loving that head work from Harry. He must have caught one on the chin. Yeah, well,
he had a bit of tape, I said, that was dangling from his face earlier. So he's had a couple of goes at trying to perfect the Hannibal Lecter look that he's got going on as he moves in, strikes that from the touchline and waved away.
Well, keeps it interesting.
It remains 26-18.
Still a converted try within it. That's good. Clock might be a bit off, I think, because we're confused about that stop-start before, but 15-odd minutes left. Just to try in it, and the Lions should be going back to a full cohort very shortly.
Well, how is he held back?
It's Eddie Proudler.
Is it magic round because Eddie Proudler's got tricks?
I think he's just taken a glance to his right and thought, geez, glad I clutched that.
We go around the grounds courtesy of Cash Converters. The Willagee Bears in the other fuel to go and play Premiership match, leading the Rockingham Sharks 34 points to 12. And South Perth leading 26-18. Perhaps a converted try from putting this one to bed. Proudler had a runner go through. Didn't quite know who to give it to, but when in doubt, give it to Lungy. Lungy gets it back. Now Proudler. Proudler goes the short ball to Capteen. Capteen trying to pull through the tackle of Fry. Fry and Whitehead ride him to the ground. Now it goes to DeBeek. DeBeek tries to kick down into a corner. Bradley goes back, takes a nice catch. He made that look easier than it is. Work from Marker.
What's he going to say?
Going to say knocked down by South Perth.
I can't disagree with that, but it's a break. Oh. Maybe I can.
the replay showed that he hit all arm, I think, and
just dropped it.
If we had the captain's challenge, send that up to the bunker. And the Lions might have the ball here. We don't have that facility here in NRLWA, not yet. Anyway.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Working towards
maybe
it.
some of that wonderful cash won't go there. That's a sore point. Doesn't matter because it's happening. Deal's done.
Don't hear the whispers from the west.
No,
But,
they can definitely silence.
well, they've got to put points on here pretty shortly if you feel that the Sea Eagles. They're looking a little low on energy in this set. Can Gulliver Brown lift them? You have to step inside the right shoulder of Daniel Green. Runs into Riley Capteen. Now Cranston. Cranston gets away from Lungy. Lungy's had the better of the six battle so far, but Tyrone Cranston still looking to put his stamp on. He does have a try to his name. Wallace again looking to kick the belly of the ball and make it a difficult one to take. It was difficult to take. It's knocked on in the in goal eventually by Travis Haney after it was knocked back by Arthur.
They're just having a cuddle.
Well, they're actually going to say it was knocked on in the field of play in the first instance. I thought it was knocked back first, but
no, not at all. Not at all.
So he's coming out for a scrum rather than a line dropout. So here is a great opportunity for North Beach. Can they give us this 2-point ball game, a grandstand finish? We've still got 10 minutes left. Cranston, he goes to the line, looks to step inside Lungy, but there's plenty of other sliding cover defence to put him down. AEST to dummy half. Goes to the right to Wallace. Wallace fires the long pass on the bounce. It's a terrible ball from Wallace. Bradley, he was under all sorts of pressure, tried to trap it with his feet, but it goes into touch on second play. That is horrible from the Sea Eagles.
There's a lot to talk about for the Beach at the end of this game. Checking the tape. Still time left.
Well, it's going to be a video session that a few Sea Eagles might want to cover their eyes for some of them.
Yeah, maybe bring some earbuds as well, as the coach just reminds them of a few things.
Well, again, working from Marker, picked up by Nairobi. Well, again, he's going to say it's knocked on there by Nairobi.
Scrum here. Scrum here.
Well, I think we might have another captain's challenge coming up to the box. Again, it doesn't hit his hand. He's made the tackle on Proudler, and Proudler's just dropped it.
3, yeah.
I feel like I need to channel Frozen. Let it go, let it go.
Oh, I love it when we have some karaoke in the combox.
Oh, they're going to punish him, are they?
And South Perth, they're looking to get somebody else singing. They work down the short side with Haney. It looks like Nairobi stayed down here. He might have picked up an injury, maybe some cramp because he's worked pretty hard. But they're a man down in their defensive line. The Sea Eagles. He tries to limp back. Comes from DeBeek to Lungy. Lungy goes out to Gugar. Gugar looks to go to the outside. He's swung around by Cranston. Plays it back to Tumoana. Now Lungy goes to Green. Green dummies on the outside. Fending away from Funga. Funga just refuses to let him go. Green's not happy with what happened in that tackle. He's still looking at the referee. He knows the bunker can't look at it either, doesn't he?
I would think so. Is that time off?
He has called time off. The trainer's still with Daniel Green, who's still shaking his head at the referee. Can't believe he didn't get a penalty as Lungy going to bomb towards the sky. Bailey Miller comes forward. It's a contest. It's eventually landed. The referee says play on. And Maury goes across to score for South Perth. He looks to both touch judges. Everyone's happy. It's a try to South Perth. Well, this is going to be an interesting replay to see that contest.
Except for Beach. I don't know. I had no idea. Let's have a look here. So Miller gets up there. I don't think he touched it. I reckon, speaking of bunkers, I reckon that might have been a knock-on by the Lions.
I think James Elliott might have got a hand on that and knocked that forward.
I don't think Bailey Miller touched it.
Now, Bailey Miller looked away. He bailed out.
Yeah, Bailey bailed.
In any case, what it'll read today, tomorrow and forevermore is it's a try to Maury and the Lions. They're a conversion attempt from wrapping this one up.
If he stays down long enough.
North Beach, they have had plenty of opportunities in this game. They certainly can't blame that decision in any way, shape or form.
They've been their own worst enemy. When they've had ball in hand, they look good, and you spoke about that before, Donnie. Defensively, they've got some questions to ask. Thanks for joining us. You might be watching across the country, because just so you know, we're going to go straight into the DABSCO Premiership from this game, which I believe has very close to kicking off, if not already kicked off.
It may have already kicked off that one. 32 points to 18 on the Kevin's Water Cartage scoreboard. We've got about 5 minutes left here in this one. North Beach, they go the short kick-off option, and well, there was no real contest. It was a little bit too deep.
I'm going to say not around the grounds, Donnie, but around the country, thanks to DABSCO. It's the Palmerston Raiders. If you're hanging on, they've scored first. They're up 6-0. The Darwin brothers. So Palmerston 6-0. The Darwin brothers. Jared Lane scored. He scored. I don't know if that's correct, because it says he scored in the 0 minute.
Dummy half going over for the Raiders. As we stay now with this one, it's Travis Haney looking to put some more pain on the scoreboard here for the Sea Eagles. Plays it back to DeBeek. DeBeek goes back for the kick from Proudler down to Miller. Miller looks up, looks for a chance. Doesn't really see one. Gets away from the first.
That's fine.
Pass now out to Ahuriri. Looks to get to the outside of Tumoana, who stays with him, along with Gugar. Ethan Gugar just laid on him too long. Penalty awarded to North Beach. Tap and go from England. England going across, runs at Proudler. Loses the headgear. How will we know who he is now? Goes to Gulliver Brown.
Hold. Go to.
With Funga. He goes to Buckley.
Hold. Go.
Buckley's decided to put on some pink shorts. Holding that one up. Cranston. Where's some heavy contact? From Winiata, who's out onto the field late in this contest. Short ball from Wallace.
Good read.
You're right, it was read very well again by South Perth. The defence has been up to the task. Well, little kick through. Bailey Miller gets taken without the ball.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
Is this going to be a third sin bin? Well, he must have considered another sin bin there.
Have a look at this.
Just wait, no, you have to wait. It's not quite yet.
A pretty obvious, unnecessary too. The kick was not wasn't good enough. Bailey Miller wasn't getting to it. He didn't need to do it. North Beach trying to add some respectability to this scoreline. Cranston, he's going to kick early. I don't know whether the outside man knew. It's taken in the field of play, and it's going to be a goal line dropout. Well, this was touch and go as to whether he did catch it in the in-goal area, but referee said taken in the field of play as we see the final 60 seconds counting down in the background there. 32-18. South Perth leading this one. It's job done.
Don't waste time, otherwise there'll be penalties.
So 40 seconds for North Beach to get a consolation try before we head straight to the DABSCO Premiership up in Darwin. Palmerston Raiders and Brothers doing battle in that top of the table clash. Wallace dummies one way, drops the ball, and that is the story of the Sea Eagles' day. And South Perth, they'll wind the clock down. There'll be no Latrell Mitchell moment diving over in the final second.
Surrender. Release. Hold.
And Harry DeBeek, he's been in the wars today as the siren sounds. And South Perth, they are the team that remains undefeated. They consolidate top spot on the ladder with a 32-18 win on the Kevin's Water Cartage scoreboard.
They looked good. They looked good. And I just think they played more sensible footy. They didn't lose their heads. Speaking of losing their heads, North Beach, and you mentioned it a few times, they had plenty of opportunities, but for some reason they just couldn't convert. They've got a lot of questions to answer. There's a few coach killers involved in that. But the review this week, that'll be interesting from North Beach perspective. It's there. They've just got to sharpen up, don't they? Yeah,
they might have a little bit of an honesty session, I think, during the week. But a very good performance from South Perth. Take nothing away from them. They were twice reduced to 12 men and have still managed to beat a very good North Beach Sea Eagles team, 32-18, winning fairly comfortably. The Lions, they'll take on the Rockingham Sharks next week. North Beach, they're up against the Joondalup Giants back at home, and they'll be looking to bounce back pretty quickly. Around the grounds in the fuel to go and play Premiership, the Fremantle Roosters 44-4 over the Joondalup Giants at last report, and at full time at Bear Park, and the Willagee Bears 34-12 over Rockingham. And we're just about ready to head over to TRL Stadium for Brothers versus Palmerston, and we've got a double header from there. Those two teams up against each other in both men's and women's, but a great performance here from South Perth. Tries to Okuk-Mori, Melly Arthur, Harry DeBeek, Ethan Gugar, Jared Smith and Daniel Green, while for the North Beach Sea Eagles, Bailey Miller, Tirahare Ahururi, Kitione Narubi, Tyrone Cranston were their try scorers. South Perth running out victors in the Cash Converters key game, 32 points to 18.
So, we're going to go straight across to the stadium at TRL.
Here we are.
Straight across the TRL. So, we're a few minutes in, not sure of the clock.
So it's 6 points to 0. The Raiders over Brothers. An early try to the number 9, Jared Lane. And this is 1v2 as well, so another case with Brothers actually getting their first loss of the season last week. It's actually 1v3. I've seen Brothers fall down the ladder a bit after a loss to the Litchfield Bears 30-22 last week. Because Palmerston, they haven't run into a team quite as good as Brothers or Litchfield yet in this season. So this will be a big test for them. There's a dummy and go from McGrath. McGrath put down. Pass comes across to Hanson. Hanson, he goes wider still. Coming back infield. Jack Walsh gets to dummy half. Walsh goes to Hanson. Hanson looks to roll it in behind. It's taken on the bounce and picked up from Brothers. Now Brothers through. Going through the middle of the park. Trying to spin out of a couple of tackles there. Vaitai. Now Seaton Kernoff. Good strong run from him. Well, the nine's called out of it, and they go straight through now. Coombs shrugs away from the fullback of Johnson. So now the pass fired across. A little kick in behind. Looks like it's too big, and it'll go over the dead ball line.
No. I hope you didn't say anything.
So it's a penalty now. Two Brothers. So they try and cut into this deficit. Wilson Perkins will take the tap. Dumps it underneath. Tobin plays the ball. Wilson Perkins goes out of dummy half towards the line. Held up and held in the field of play. So Tobin. I don't know that the shooter was onside. It might not, and they're playing advantage. You hear the call from the referee. He was playing advantage. He was definitely offside. He was a mile offside. I don't know that there can be too many complaints there from the Raiders, despite the fact that there are.
Hold the ball up for me. Wait for me. Go.
So Brothers, they mount some pressure. Plays it back to Wilson Perkins. Goes across. Kernoff has to go down on the ground to pick it up. Some high stepping and good chopping tackle there from Cubillo. Now Nicky. Some pressure on the back of the head there, Nicky, but plays the ball. Wilson Perkins again at dummy half. Kernoff rolls running behind. Tries to get back into the field of play and can't. So we'll drag back, and another repeat set is coming.
Back, fellas. Right, fellas.
Around the grounds, thanks to DABSCO, Premiership Litchfield Bears 22 have defeated. Oh no, sorry. Taken on the South Darwin Rabbitohs, have yet to score. 19 minutes in the first half.
Hold. Go one.
Thanks to McDonald's. I think this is, the Dragons 58 have downed the Sharks 16. So the Sharks are not defending premiers, but grand finalists last year. Just a little bit disjointed in the start of 2025.
Forward pass there from Kernoff, and They might well high-five here, the Palmerston Raiders. They've been under a lot of pressure, set after set after set, and they've held up very well. Really, brothers didn't look like scoring in that little foray down this end of the park. They've repelled them, and they've got that forward pass and got themselves out of strife.
Ball in. Break. Thank you.
Driven backwards. Get some of that in you.
Work with us, boys. Go one.
Good comps from referee. I've got some space on this right edge, decides not to use it.
The line.
Looks like a beautiful evening up there in Darwin, Donny. Your former stomping ground.
It does. It's heading into some good weather. Might still be a bit of stupidity around. Palmerston get to their kick through Hansen, veteran of the competition, bounces towards the sideline. The brothers eventually do pick it up and then take off down the touchline, breaking through a couple of tackles and a high shot, again playing advantage there, the referee.
There's your mark, mate.
Well, brothers, they'll have another opportunity to go on the attack. Although I don't think he's found touch. He has not found touch, and the Palmerston Raiders let off the hook there. With Potts. He brings it back in towards the middle of the park. So Palmerston, they've been under pressure. It looked like they were about to be under some more, and suddenly they've got a penalty of their own as Andrew Tobin just spends far too long lying on the tackled player.
No attempt is what the referee say. You've got to make an attempt.
Let's use the right, fellas.
13 minutes remaining in this first half. Raiders want to add some more points. Brothers want to keep them out or score themselves before they go into the sheds.
Hansen dummies to the outside, takes the run himself. Where's the contact there of Tobin? Just again spends a long time in the ruck and then uses his knees to help Hansen back down again. Trying to slice through, trying to find a runner on the outside, but can't get the ball there to Cubulo. Now just a settler from the Raiders. Jared Lane waits at dummy half on 5. A dodgy pass to Hansen. Hansen puts in a pretty good kick under the circumstances. Brothers sweep around, get in the in goal, trying to get back into the field of play, but there are Raiders aplenty to make sure that's not possible. There'll be a goal line dropout. Well, Brad Hansen did a great job after a bludger of a pass there from Jared Lane.
That wasn't bad. Raiders looking the better of the two sides at the moment.
It's good, actually.
It is good, referee. I have to get the names of the referee.
He's enjoying it.
Bit going up in the top end today. We won't speak about the other code across the road, but we are hoping that they come over and see some real footy after they've finished up there.
Charging back at them now, and there's some heavy contact. That's what you love about rugby league. Pure brutality as Lane gets out of dummy half, and the marker claims him pretty quickly. It's Norris to dummy half. He picks up the runner in Blomley.
Work with me, fellas.
Now it's with Walsh. Walsh fires a pass across, and it's an easy intercept and a bit of a counter-attacking opportunity now for Colton. Well, it breaks down there for Palmerston.
What's that?
Both teams making a few errors. There's Nicky.
Right side, one more. Right, fellas. Go, 3.
Getting up towards halfway. Tobin, who's done plenty of work. Williams from dummy half. Goes to Kernoff for the bomb. Allowed to bounce. It sits up kindly. Geez, that's a nice bounce there for Johnston. He does get an offload away.
Move now. One, four's out. Four's out.
Now the run from dummy half. The 4 Eden Kernoff called out of it and stays out of the way. Hansen just through the hands. Everyone a little flat-footed here from the Raiders. The others claim them. Now Norris. He gives the short pass.
Go for.
A good running behind the ruck from Kaloa Matangi. Kaloa Matangi picks up Norris. Norris inside to Johnston. Johnston dives over. Well, it all started. Tavita Kaloa Matangi goes straight through, picks up Chucky Norris.
Is he saying forward?
Oh, he's taken it off them.
Referee. Where's your sense of theatre? No,
I think he's saying the pass here from Chucky Norris is forward. It's not that one. This is the one that he's in line with, and that's the one he's called forward from Chuck Norris.
Oh, what a run.
And a great try that never was.
We'll just put on the highlights reel of, yeah.
Oh!
Like a hot potato.
Well, Caleb Nicky, the pass out in front, he had to come forward to it. Hung out a mitt. Comes up with the error. Well, brothers, they look in a little bit of strife here. If the Raiders, they'd be happy to extend this lead, because you mentioned plenty going on in Darwin at the moment. Road to Regions in Darwin and Gove next week, with Brad Takarangi and Shannon Mato visiting schools and local clubs. As the Raiders put it down, and they've bombed an opportunity as well. So neither team able to hold on to the pill at the moment, Dave.
We've mentioned on a different subject, Donnie mentioned this before, the fantastic support that the other states and territories give the game up here. What have we got here? Another. There you go, hand in the ruck. The other states and territories give the support of the game up in Darwin, and today, referee on the comm, who's been fantastic up to this point, is Dave Foster from New South Wales. So, thanks for coming over. I'm going to call him Fozzie. And on the touch line, on the sidelines, we've got Jason Woodman and Marcus Steinhardt.
There you go. Well, always nice to be able to give the officials a shout out. Brothers go across through Kernoff. Kernoff turns that in underneath. They've had to withstand a little bit of pressure. Now they're looking to put some on themselves. Good contact there, though. Palmerston coming up with a good shot. Kernoff goes across and knocked down there by Palmerston. Looking there, Tyrese Potts to snaffle an intercept, but perhaps saves a try by hanging the hand out. So brothers, they'll still have possession. They'll start inside the Raiders 20. As getting away from the shooter there of Kaloa Matangi was Tobin. Now brothers, just a couple of metres out centre field.
Oh, is he had a head knock there?
We stayed down here a while.
Thank you.
I think that might be Blake Blomley. He is clutching at the head, and he's taking a long while to get up. The trainer gets out to him. We have a look at the the replay, just got his head in the wrong spot and wore the hip. He's going to stay out onto the field here, Blomley.
For my call. No, you're... Two, fella. No, two.
So Williams goes to Kernoth. Spinning towards the line. Tobin, little kick over the top, chasing through, plenty there.
Where's your hands,
I think
boys?
Brothers have got a hand on it. Touch judge says knock on Brothers. It'll come out to the 20-metre line. That one is denied. Vitatai was claiming it, but I think there was another Brothers hand that knocked it on beforehand.
They all left it behind Donny at one point.
Go.
Well, a let off. A beautiful kick from Aaron Kernoff.
Well done.
And Palmerston
0. I stuffed that up, yeah.
will carry it from their end.
Hold.
7 tackle set. Kalomatangi runs into a 3-man Brothers defensive unit.
What do I say? Go.
Plays it back to Lane. They go out wider, looking to get to the outside of Nicky. Nicky stays with him, makes the tackle.
Go 3.
Sagigi. Now Norris. Norris hit hard by Tobin. The ball comes free. And Brothers have got the ball again through Connor Williams. Now with Northam.
Release. Move now. Left side, work with me.
Plays it back to Williams.
2.
Now Kernoth. Goes out the back. Colton slices through a half gap. And the cover defence gets to him. He stays in the field of play is the important part. Nicky swung around. Plays it back to Williams. To Kernoth. To the other Kernoth. To the other Kernoth. There's 3 of them out there. Plays it back and Seaton Kernoff.
I'd already called held. Guys, listen to me. I'd already called held. You've jumped out.
He's played the ball, sir.
No. You were never square. You were never square.
Why are you changing?
Hang on. You've never square.
Don't argue with the
So
referee,
let's go back.
fellas.
Well, Brad Hansen, I don't think he's a veteran of this competition. It's a lesson he's never learned. He's been arguing with the referees for 20 plus years. He's not about to stop now. The Brothers.
Held there. Use the line. No earlies. Hold. Go 1. Move in a height. Hold.
Plays it back now to Williams. Goes to Kernoth. Trent Kernoth back to Williams. Williams looking for a bit of space. Now he just tries to drag his way towards the line to join his opposite number on the score sheet. But he's stopped by Lane. Now going from dummy half is Coombs. Coombs spins around, gets it down. No, he's called held, the referee. So Kernoth fires it out to Nicky. Nicky gets the pass and they'll dive over in the corner. A try to Albert Rubu. The touch judge says no. Touch judge says knocked on in the in goal. And they come out to the 20.
Japers. I was about to say, I love the celebrations. That's the second try that's been denied. Although, I don't know if we have that. I'd love to see it on a replay, that one.
That one was...
It did come out quite... Yeah, but that's... I mean, he had time and space that, you know...
I'm losing it.
Well, there's a bit of chat going on too. He's getting a bit of feedback there, Albert Rubu, and I don't think he's enjoying the criticism he's copping from his Raiders opposite. Lane out of dummy half. Tries to catch the marker, not square. He does catch the marker, not square. And that is very, very clever play from Jared Lane.
Markers are off. Hey, here's your mark.
Let's go.
Hansen wants to get on with it. The referee, he's just trying to keep control of this contest at the moment. Hansen steps off the right, bounces away from one, gets towards Kernoth. Kernoth is carried a long way before eventually he gets him to the ground. Now Norris dummies on the outside, takes the tackle himself. He's lost the ball. And Brothers, they survive again. It remains 6 points to 0 on the Event Cinema scoreboard.
Around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's, the Sharks 44 have defeated the Nightcliff Dragons in the Tru-Flow Premiership Women in League round. And in the Gatley Shield earlier today, it was a reverse there. It was the Nightcliff Dragons 26 defeating the Sharks 8. And in the preceding Gatley Shield of this game, it was the Raiders 26 taking it out over the Brothers 22. And the Litchfield Bears had a day out against the Bunnies, 52-0. And it looks like it's half-time, Donny.
It is half-time here, and the Raiders lead 6 points to 0. It's been an absorbing contest. Both teams making a few errors. We'll come back for the second half in about 10 minutes' time to see if they can fix that up. Well, g'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second half of the DABSCO Premiership Round 4 clash between the Palmerston Raiders and the Darwin Brothers. It's 6-0, Palmerston leading Brothers at half-time. It's been a bit of a sloppy first half.
Hold, go to.
Palmerston to shock Brothers. We heard from Chris Foy pre-game saying that
Go, 3.
he felt that Brothers went into this one as pretty heavy favourites, despite the fact they lost last week to the Bears.
Go.
But it's Palmerston leading at half-time. They get through their first set, and Brad Hansen puts boot the ball down to James. James just holds the ball in his left hand, nonchalantly carries it back into contact before Blomley puts him away. Blomley dropped a bit of a knock there in the first half, but he looks to have recovered.
Move now, go, 2.
Now Brothers in their first set, up towards the 40-metre line, is Rubu, who bombed a certain try in the first half. He was over the line, untouched, dived over, and it was Jaden Sewer-like. He just lost the ball. He came spewing out over the dead ball line. I'd put the glasses down. I'd stop watching as Kernoff gets the bomb through. Johnston comes forward. It's allowed to bounce. It sits up. And a chance now for Brothers for the corner. They won't be stopped this time. Vaitaitai scores for Brothers at 6-4. Kick to come.
Beautiful.
Well, I think the referee said it absolutely perfectly. Beautiful. And that's exactly what that was. When you allow the ball to bounce, you invite disappointment into your life, to quote the great man Phil Gould. Michaeli Vaitaitai scores the first try for Brothers, and early in this second half, they'll have a kick from the sideline. They'll try and lock this one up. Tough kick for Dallas Colton.
Anyway,
That was the first set for Brothers. And they finish with 4 points. We have another game between these two sides coming up a bit later on, 1v2. Again in that clash, but well, Palmerston, their women's team, got a little bit of a lesson last week, going down 42-8. So they'll be looking to bounce back, but it's another very, very tough opposition in the undefeated Brothers. So Colton. Moves in. Important kick to try and lock it up. He's got a decent piece of it, but it stays out to the right. It's just 3 minutes into this second half. And it's the Raiders leading 6-4 on the Event Cinemas scoreboard. As Dave McRae mentioned in the first half, a fair bit going on around Darwin. It was from May 24 to 27. The Dolphins are back in town, visiting both Darwin and Katherine. So that's between the 24th and the 27th of May. Make sure you keep an eye on all the NRLNT social media for details of where you might be able to meet a Dolphin. There's Brothers. Good strong run, all called offside. He just called them all fellas. He didn't have a number. He was basically saying all of you are offside, none of you got back. He had no choice there, the referee, but to award the penalty. And Brothers, well, they're looking for a scintillating start to this second half. They've scored first, and now they've got themselves into good field position. Kurnoth. It's Trent Kurnoth rolled over onto his back. Tobin goes to Kurnoth. That's Aaron. He goes wider to Seaton Kurnoth. He now goes into James. James busting through a few tackles. Gets away from Kaloa Matangi amongst others. Wanted a quicker play the ball and just staying there forever there. Brad Hanson, he gets away with that. Seaton Kurnoth. Dummies to the inside runner of Pollard. Another slow play the ball allowed. Williams to Kurnoth. Kurnoth dummies, goes. Bounces away from one. Sagigi comes again though to finish off the tackle. They look like they've got some numbers to this side. Colton rolls it in behind. And has he gone over the top of this again here, Rubo?
Has he scored?
He's claiming that he's got a fingertip on it while it was on the ground.
No. Referee's going to have a chat.
Referee's having a chat with the touch judge. Grounded, happy, try. Well, he's got it back, Albert Rubu. He bombed one in the first half. He gets this one down. A beautiful kick from Dallas Colton, and Brothers are in front.
Tony, I believe we probably have Chris up there as well. I believe they're on the comm up there, so I don't know if they can hear us.
All good. You're closer to me. If they're all on, I'm happy.
Well, there you go. Good communication between ref and assistant up there as well.
Mate, don't expect you to. You're on the outside of the field.
It doesn't look like we've got Chris Foy there on the ground in Darwin.
I think he's up in the box, actually.
You think they'd take it closer for you, wouldn't they? You think they'd bring it closer to the post for you? Right,
He's having a chat there to the goal kicker, just
basically a foot off.
saying to the kicker that you've had one from one touchline, you've got another from this touchline. You think your players would bring it a little bit closer for you, but it was Dallas Colton himself that put it out that wide. With a little kick in behind. Albert Rubu got to it, and both the men on the picket swings have got tries very early in this second half, and Palmerston all of a sudden are at 6s and 7s. We saw a lot of errors really in that first 40. You kind of felt the first team to settle down and stop making so many mistakes might be able to put some points on, and that's what we've seen to start this second 40.
Donny, sorry, what's going on? I've got the Raiders still sitting in the end goal, are they? Holding the...
Yeah, they're still waiting for the kick. Still waiting for the conversion attempt. Well, we've got the kick at goal. I'm going to assume that missed.
Yeah, no whistle from the ref. So score remains 8-6 on the DABSCO scoreboard.
Well, Palmerston, 2 tries in the opening 8 minutes of this second half, both unconverted. They need some sort of response. It's been a while since they've had the ball. A big, strong charge. Oh, charging up and trying to put a shot on there, Jared Lane. Well, they've obviously had a bit of a heart-to-heart behind the goalposts after that last try was conceded, because they are looking to increase the physicality tenfold in this set. Going across goes Kurnoth. He gets the pass away. It's ruled as a high shot. And the increase in physicality backfires against the Raiders. This one here just sneaking up, slipping over the top of Aaron Kurnoth's head. I don't think it did too much damage at all. Somebody turns the lights out. There we go, they're back on. There's a bit of noise coming from the grandstand suddenly. They realise this is a pivotal moment in this game. Kurnoth goes to Tobin. Tobin driven backwards. Warhurst in there, along with Walsh. But Nicky shrugs away from one. Almost pushes him over the dead ball line from 40 out. Pass goes across the face there of Tobin, picked up. Blomley over the top, and Blomley's copped him high as well. So another penalty to Brothers, and the referee's going to want to chat.
I was just about to say he's got to maintain control here. No, it's going to boil over.
Mate, hang on. Mate, that's 2 in a row in the last phase, 6 sets. 6 tackles. No more, let's keep it out. Next one, I've got further action I can take. Right, we've got a high tackle here.
Well, that was a frustrated Brad Hanson. Brothers after back-to-back penalties. Palmerston, they're really trying to put some shots on. At the moment, they're creeping up a little bit high with their shots. Brothers now through Tobin. His work rate's been incredible. Williams to Colton. Colton to Kernoff. They go out wide to Pollard. Pollard gets the pass back to Kernoff. Kernoff shrugs away from one. Back to Colton. Colton ducks underneath the tackle. Kaloa-Matungi's got hold of him. Kaloa-Matungi rips the ball free. Well, there was only one in the tackle. I'm not sure. There's only one in that tackle. I don't know why this one is a penalty. Well, the referee, he doesn't want to have a discussion anymore with Brad Hanson. He's made his decision. He's saying that he called held, and it was ripped out after the call of held. So now with Tobin. It's been 3 penalties in a row against the Raiders. And Warhurst might be going for it. He's going to sit out.
You have to.
Well, it's 4 penalties in a row. There was no choice.
Is he going?
He wants to have a conversation with the referee, but he's made his decision. Warhurst is going to have to sit down for 10 minutes.
You got to go, mate. Otherwise, he'll give you another 10.
Right.
Hopefully that calms things down a bit now, Donny. Don't get me wrong. I like a bit of fire in the belly, but it was getting a bit loose out there.
I think it's Warhurst. He's taking his time to get off the field. 8 points to 6, so I don't think there's any thought of taking the 2 here from Aaron Kernoff. Brothers, the team at the moment that are just keeping their head. It's Trent Kernoff, chopped down low. Good tackle from Blomley. Slow to his feet near Kernoff. Colton fires a long pass. They've got numbers, and Rubu will dive over for his second. He plants that. He does the post-try celebration. Brothers extend their lead. Well, discipline will be the word of the day behind the goalpost now for the Raiders.
Well, it's turned on his head. We mentioned at pre-game, we had that preview up with Chris that the Brothers were coming into this as pretty warm favourites. That didn't look like it in the first half, but second half, it's taken them 13 minutes and they've taken the lead and some.
Well, they're beating them there on the edges. They've scored all their tries out wide. They've taken advantage of the extra man,
Tire him out a bit more.
which is certainly something we couldn't say in the opening game of this triple header. North Beach Sea Eagles had a few chances here in Western Australia against 12 men and weren't able to turn that into anything for them. And South Perth winning their first game of the broadcast. He's got another kick from out wide here, Dallas Colton. He's been pretty impressive in this little second half revival for Brothers. Important kick. There's a 6-point margin here at the moment. If he could make it 8,
all I heard was
that would be important. So he's taking his time. He took a long time for his last kick.
Yeah, which is why I asked what was going on.
Yeah.
It's got up for a second and we're still there.
So moves in. Puts the kick up towards the post. The touch judges wave it away. So it remains 12 points to 6 on the Event Cinemas scoreboard. 15 minutes gone in the second half. It's just a converted try. It's 3 tries to 1 in favour of Brothers. With all 3 tries coming in this opening 15 minutes of the second half. Palmerston, they can't get the ball at the moment. Giving away plenty of penalties, and they've got a man sitting in the sin bin. Kernoth bounces away from the first attempt to tackle. And there was Jared Lane racing through, bouncing off the chest of Kernoth. A good tackle down low from Jabilo. Kernoth dumps that one off. Another chopping tackle. Well, they definitely got the height a little bit better in this set, the Raiders. That kick from inside the 40 bounces around and taps back. We've got a miracle. Brothers, they'll go away to score. And the celebration's racing over to Isaac Seaton Kernoth, who just slapped that one back into the hands of the 17. And Brothers get a fantastic try.
Just have a look at the beauty of this if it comes up. Oh, look at that tap. Look at that. Oh,
the hand of God sticks out.
And the whole team coming in to celebrate. What a try. What a turn. 16 minutes. Mate, they're going point a minute.
Well, the only downside is we don't have the 17. We don't know who the 17 is for Brothers. The try scorer.
So I've got Cairo Ahmat, number 17, on my list here.
There you go. Ahmat.
So he loves me.
Brian Ahmat, the try scorer.
They hate me. Oh, that's all right.
The referee's well aware that Palmerston are not his biggest fans.
Well, behind the scoreboard, you can't blame anyone else.
Well, certainly not on that try.
I think it's the referee's done very fantastically well in a game that at times was looking to might just get a little bit too fiery. Just a reminder for those that have tuned in just recently, the referee Dave Foster, I'm calling him Fozzie, you know,
of course you
as he's known from New South Wales. The game here in the NT really well supported by all our fellow referees across the country coming in. I tell you what though, how good, right? How good you get to fly to the NT to referee a game of footy. Game of rugby. How amazing!
That's gone over the dead ball line on the full.
Oh, complete after points.
Things go from bad to worse.
Well, it's
Well, this has been just an horrendous second half from the Raiders. I don't think they've touched the ball in the last 13 minutes, and it's
almost like they've got stage fright knowing that they're on the live broadcast night, Donny. I don't know what's going on. Well, accounts are pretty solid. I know we came in a bit late, but a pretty solid first half from them. They're at all sorts. They're lost at sea at the moment.
Well, they come into this game on top of the ladder with a 42-10 win over the Sharks, 48-20 over Nightcliff, and 46-6 over South Darwin. They're unbeaten the Raiders, but it looks like that is about to be snapped. Here is Brothers looking for another try with Rubu. He's already got 2. That time went too close to the sun and he got burned.
You see there on the fence, pick up a whistle, give it a try. We can always do some more refs up in the top end. You yourself used to blow the whistle up there, didn't you, Don?
I did, yes. It's how I know some of the players, like Brad Hanson. Might have given me some feedback from time to time. It's now Palmerston. Well, they finally got their hands on the ball. What can they do with it? Do they have enough energy to overcome this 12-point deficit?
Got to complete.
A strong run. Slane goes to Hanson. Hanson gets it out to Blomley. Nowhere for him to go. Hanson. They get to their kick at the end of the set. Kick from inside the 40, but didn't ever look like having the depth for a 40-20 as James brings it back. He's tackled by the man that kicked it. Nicky shrugs away from 1, shrugs away from 2. Caleb Nicky into the backfield. James Walsh gives chase. He slides down, gets the pass away to Rubu. Rubu looks outside, dummies. And Brad Hanson comes and makes another tackle over the top.
This is the footy that won in the Premiership last year.
Williams comes in towards the middle of the park with Mal. Now Kernoff goes to Seed and Kernoff. They go wider still. Lots of sliding defence. Vitatai gets caught high. He was slipping.
I was going to say, sliding defence and sliding carrier as well.
Yeah, he was slipping and just caught a lazy arm hanging out. So there's no malice in that one at all. But penalty had to be blown as he did make contact with the head. I know that's one of those ones rugby league fans, they absolutely hate when a player is falling in the tackle. There's not too much the defender can do, but rules state it's got to be a penalty if you make contact with the head, no matter the circumstance.
Well, we've seen a bit of that in the big league of late. Seemed like every man and his dog was blown up over it. I'm not sure it was that much of a big issue, but some controversial send-offs in the big game, and a lot of those. Come to the specifics, but yeah, a send-off that after a player was going down, it was caught high.
Well, it is another opportunity for Brothers to further extend this lead. On the bounce. Picked up by, not Coombs, it's Armat, the try scorer. Now Kernoff. Kernoff to Colton. Colton almost slices through, and they're going to rule the obstruction. There was a player that was in front of him that it did deny one of the defenders an opportunity. I wasn't sure if he actually got behind him at all. We'll see on the replay. I don't think he ran behind him at all, but it was the decoy runner going through, made contact with the defence. And Palmerston haven't found touch, so there's not much they've done right in this second 40. I know we're 22 and a half minutes into it, but 22 and a half minutes of doing nothing right.
Just below averageness. It's been sad to watch, Don. I mean, they've had a great first half against a team that, from all accounts, came in really warm favourites. And this is a top clash as well. They've got to find something. They've got to make this second half more competitive. They've got 14, 15, 16 minutes to do that. Otherwise, it could be a long second half.
Kernoff, he goes right to the line, rolls it in behind. I think Rubu might have been in front of the kicker. And he gets involved. He was in front of the kicker, and he did put hands on to complete that tackle. So Had to be a penalty. Let's see if Hansen can find touch this time. So definitely offside there on the inside there in the pink boots there. And just puts his hands on there to complete the tackle, which if he had remained passive, the referee might have let it slide, but forced his hand and he has to blow the penalty. Getting up towards halfway now, the Raiders. Norris play it back to Lane. The good news for Palmerston is there's still time.
No, it's heaps of time.
They're only 12 down. They've got points in them.
Things like just kicking for, reach and touch. It's not that hard.
But this is a team in the first 3 games this season. They've put on 40 points every week, so we know they can score. So they've got points in them. Can they find it? The kick going in behind.
Oh,
great
gathered that. Whoa.
For Tai.
It's almost like he was flying above ground. I thought he was going to face plant.
Well, it was a crisp grab and then handed off to Antonio James. Now with Pollard. He takes the hit up as Angus Warhurst back out there, so it's definitely back to 13 on 13 now. He was the man sent to the sin bin for repeated infringements, because he was only guilty of one of them, but he gets punished because his team gave away 4 in a row, and he was the 4th. Chuck Norris comes through, takes that nicely. Good run out of dummy half. Jevdanajevic and gets his side a penalty.
Oh, it's actually fucking fine.
I think the referee's a little warm. He's feeling the heat, and Palmerston have done it again. They have, for the second time, failed to find touch, and we keep trying to give them hope, but they seem to like tackling. They just want to tackle.
You've got to do the simple things right now. And this is like, take your frustrations on the pill, Like that was just silly.
We're going back here for tackle 1. I'd already called held, and the ball was passed.
There you go. So it's just going to be a play of the ball.
Lucky to get away with that.
I don't think the forearm over the top from Hansen was spotted by the officials.
No, I don't think it was either.
It was just for the pass after the referee had called hurl. Andrew Tobin plays the ball. Kernoth. Trent Kernoth. Play it back to Williams. So it's not Williams, it's Wilson Perkins out there in the 14. Dummied on the outside there, Ryan Williams. Now Colton. Dummies to a couple, goes to Kernoth. Takes the tackle in the middle of the field. Aaron Kernoth. Little chip over the top. And it's Blomley that gets up above his own teammate to take that one. Kaloamatangi was tracking it back. I don't know that he's taken too many bombs in his career, Tavita Kaloamatangi, but he got that one stolen from him by Blake Blomley, who equally probably hasn't taken too many bombs in his career. Palmerston. Can they get up the other end somehow? Kaloamatangi trying to pull out of that tackle.
Hold, left, work with me. Go for.
Go across to Norris. Norris hits the deck. Lane will kick from inside the 40. Wanted that to run on. Caleb Nicky is back.
No impeding.
At fullback or on the wing. Gathers that ball in for the kick return. Vitatai. Stolen by Lane. Lane's off with the biscuits. He's going to score under the post. He has snatched that one like a thief in the night. Jared Lane against the run of play, and the Raiders will be back within 6.
Donny, I wasn't watching. Lucky we've got a replay to come. But as to coin a phrase, Donny Bell, is that going to fire them up? Because they need it.
Well, just watch this one-on-one strip. Thank you very much. There was another Brothers player that was right there, but he was stretching out some cramp. He, like Dave McRae, he wasn't watching. Runs away, scores under the post. And suddenly, we've got ourselves a bit of a grandstand finish. We've got about 10 minutes to play. The conversion attempt from Jack Walsh should make it 18-12. And Palmerston, they have not been in this half for 1 second until that strip from Jared Lane. He's got a double. He's got both Palmerston's tries. We didn't actually see the first one because we came over late. But I doubt it was as exciting as that one.
No, that was great.
How would you know?
Just watching the replay now. Well, that's what we wanted. Just 6 points in it now.
Inside the last 10, there's only 6 in it, guys.
Well, the referee's aware of the score
10.
too.
Yep. Oh, look at that strip.
Guys.
Yeah, it was a thief in the night, wasn't it? He's just come through, picked it, eaten it. Get himself a pie. And now we've got a match. Now we have a match on our hands. 6 points in it. To match the billing of a top-of-the-table clash on Saturday night at TRL Stadium.
Well, it is the match of the round in the DABSCO Premiership. And the Raiders
Still going.
How much fire do they have in the belly? There's plenty from TK. Now Norris. He gets stopped in his tracks. And we got a penalty for pressure on the back of the head against Matt. And I don't know, does Brad Hanson maybe want to give somebody else the task of finding touch? Because it hasn't been something he's done well. He makes no mistake there.
Couldn't have gone, was it? There would have been 3 in a row, 4 in a row. Couldn't have done that. Surely not. Just need a good set here from the Raiders. Oh, what's the referee going to say there?
Another penalty.
That was good. And hands are up. Let's watch this one. Up.
It was a good, strong run
here.
Probably deserved a quick play the ball and just got dragged down. Tap and go from Hanson. Hanson towards the line. He's got the arm free.
Oh!
The referee's called held.
Crowd's celebrating.
Well, the crowd, they're not big fans of the referee either. Now Norris goes through. He's got the fullback to beat. James with a try saver. Antonio James take a bow. He somehow stops Chuck Norris from scoring. Lane to Hanson. Hanson goes through the hands. Jevdinjevic. Hanson goes himself.
Not sure about that.
It was a selfish play. Jevdinjevic. He goes to pass. On 5. Well, they've been stuck in this little corner the whole set. Goes from Norris across to Walsh. Walsh, he's going to be trapped with the ball. He can't get a pass away. He can't get a kick away. And Brothers, they read that like a book, got up in his face, and he had no room, no time.
As you said, Don, stuck in that corner. What a fantastic defensive set from the brothers.
Well, Antonio James might have just saved the game for Brothers.
I thought they were over for a moment.
Norris was... he looked hard to stop. He looked like he wasn't going to be stopped.
Well, his name is Chuck Norris. Can't believe I missed that on the tape sheet. I'd had plenty of jokes.
I'm sure he's heard them all, Chucky. Now to Nicky. Nicky dummies to the outside. He's fended off Walsh. Walsh, he can't come again. Nicky's busted through. He's got the fullback to beat. They come from behind and he's knocked it on.
He's got some toe for a big fella.
Well, he has caused a lot of headaches in this second half. But they're coming up with the mistake.
Time off. He has got some toe.
There's a few players that are down receiving a bit of treatment in this final 5 to 6 minutes. It's Caleb Nicky. I think he's just looking for some oxygen. Respirator.
Mate,
The referee, he's really struggling with the heat in this last 5 or 6 minutes. And there's a couple of times he's forgotten he's on microphone.
Well, look, again, it's fantastic that we're getting this great support to our game at the top end from all over the country, jumping on a plane from New South Wales. We all know it's a little bit different in New South Wales when it comes to conditions. Is the dry season up here or up there?
Well, he was saying 2 weeks ago he was refereeing in what was officially snow, so he's...
well, that would be tough.
He's gone from one extreme to the other.
He's come off.
Well, with Nicky making his way from the field. Under his own steam, so that's positive. And Connor Williams making his way back out onto the park, which is a shift of position for Colin Wilson-Perkins. So the 14.
I'm back on.
Now Hansen. Bouncing away from one. Kaloamatangi throws himself back on the ground trying to get his side a penalty. Norris. Plays it back to Lane. Tip on play. And a good strong run. Lane out of dummy half. Looks to step past his opposite number. His opposite number was offside. Another penalty to Palmerston. Here they come.
Something's happened, Donny. Something's happened. Don't know what it is, but they've turned on a pin, the Raiders, and all of a sudden they're up and about.
Well, they've got the ball. That's what's happened.
Yeah, 100%.
They barely had it. It's Brothers' turn to give away a few penalties in succession. And how's this for a charge? A great run from Smith. Smith put down just a couple of metres out. Now they look to barge over again. Brothers up to the task. The pass comes out with Blomley. Blomley picks out a target. He's flung to the ground. Lane to Hansen. Hansen inside to Kaloamatangi, who is rocked.
And he's
got
up.
to his feet.
He's up.
He wants to get on with it. Dummy. Potts is put down. Norris to dummy half. Norris to Hanson. Hanson rolls it in behind. Lane chasing through, but Antonio James, the man on the spot once again. He's been the saviour for Brothers at the back end of this half.
Another fantastic defensive set from the defending premiers, and the fullback doing his job at the back.
Well, there were some heavy shots, and Palmerston just unable to break them down. They may get 1-2 sets more at best in this match to try and snatch a draw.
Oh.
Hanson trying to rip that one out one-on-one from Connor Williams. Can't get it. They've got to try and rake this kick as far downfield as they can. It's taken on the full by Norris. Norris steps past one, fends away from another. He's up to the 40-metre line on the first play. A massive set of 6 coming. Wants a penalty, gets the penalty. No, it goes against him. Goes against him because he struck out with the foot. It's going to be a penalty to Brothers. And any hatred that the Raiders might have felt for the referee before, that might amplify now. We have a look at the replay. Norris trying to get to his feet to play the ball quickly. They're striking out, making contact with the marker, and that is what the penalty is for.
I think he hit the mark too.
He got him. Well, what a massive call. Wow. I don't think he was aiming to do that. He was just trying to get up. Charging up there, Hanson. Trying to inspire his team with a big shot, but comes up with air. Great ball. Straight into the backfield. And a try to Mo. He goes over, and that is the ball game. Brothers, they have been fantastic in this second 40 after trailing 6-0 at half time. They've got this one to 22-12, kick to come.
Just a fantastic offload again, run through. They were challenged, the defending premiers. 2 fantastic defensive sets. Fantastic defensive sets and brilliant efforts from the fullback. That shows why they are the defending premiers.
Well, Brothers, they've shown great resilience. After Palmerston got back to within 6, the Raiders, they were bashing on the door. They were using every weapon they could find. They had hammers, they had cleavers, they had everything throwing it all at Brothers, and they kept repelling them. And then they go up the other end and seal the game as the siren sounds in the background. With a 22-12 win, Brothers bounce back after losing to the Bears last week. They're back in the winner's circle, and the Raiders, they taste defeat for the first time in 2025.
Yes, well, it's all going to come down in the first, 30-ish minutes of that second half. The Raiders were... I'm trying to think of the correct adjective, Donny. I think forgettable for mine.
Well, 18 points in the first 18 minutes of that second half. They were going at a point a minute, as you said. Palmerston just couldn't stop them, couldn't do anything right, kept giving away penalties, had a player sent to the sin bin. They just did nothing right in that opening 25, 30 minutes. And then all of a sudden, a one-on-one strip from Jared Lane got them back within 6 and gave us a real grandstand finish. And it's Brothers that come away with the points, and well deserved. I think there's going to be some sore bodies tomorrow, regardless from both sides. I believe we're looking to line up an interview here.
I think we might be getting some on-ground interviews. So
at
Cam and
full
Axe from WCBH, fantastic supporters of the game in Darwin. Of course, if you're watching from Darwin, if you haven't heard them on the radio already, they do the sports show. So it's still a game to come, Donny. Women in League round.
Absolutely. We finish with the Tru-Flow Services Premiership game between these same two sides, Brothers and Palmerston. Again, a 1v2 clash, but the Raiders going down to the Sharks last week pretty convincingly. So Brothers will start this next game as pretty heavy favourites.
Looks like we've got the two boys up there. I don't know if they can hear us. If you can, give us a thumbs up, fellas. They can.
Yep.
But, mate, fantastic game, boys. How'd you see that from your end?
Yeah, absolutely. Round 4 here in the DABSCO Premiership. Coming into the game, Palmerston Raiders were undefeated, as you mentioned. 3 games, 3 wins. There was some question marks over the Palmerston Raiders. Had they gone through the softer side of the draw, coming up against the Rabbitohs, the Dragons and the Sharks? Well, they came up against the defending premiers tonight in Darwin, Brothers, and Brothers just showing tonight that they are still a force to be reckoned with in this DABSCO Premiership.
Boys, what did you think of their first 30? This is the Rays. The first 30 of the second half, because we were just speaking on camera. They seemed to do everything they possibly could to let the Brothers back in at the start of that second half.
Absolutely, definitely a game of two halves. We saw in the first half that Brothers were mixing it up in their runs through the forwards. They were running it one up, they were bringing a man back inside, and they were playing one pass off the ruck there. And I think that's where we saw in the second half that Brothers' creativity in the forwards, particularly through Trent Kernoff, that started to open up the Palmerston defence, and that's where the space ended up opening up wide there for Rabu. Really surprised with Palmerston Raiders in the second half after such a strong first half performance and such a great opening 3 rounds. I thought they would have been in the game a little bit longer there, but Brothers showed why they can score points very quickly. I think you mentioned there they were scoring at a point a minute, and suddenly from 6-0 down, they were up 18 points to 6, and the game certainly changed then.
Yeah, so fantastic. I think it's also fantastic for the competition up there as well. You know, a team that was undefeated, they're bringing it back a bit. Great performance from the defending premiers. But, of course, it is Women in League rounds, and we've got the doubleheader. We've got the women coming up a little over 5 to 10 minutes. How do you see that one?
Yeah, this is a rematch of the 2024 Grand Final. Last year's Grand Final, we had Brothers defeating the Palmerston Raiders in the Grand Final, 40 points to 4. I'm really looking forward to the clash of the 5/8s. We've got Ellie Nicky. She will be wearing the number 8, but she will be playing in the 5/8 position, as we believe. And Zana Roach for the Palmerston Raiders, just as we have kick-off here right now. Be looking forward to the battle between the two 5/8s.
Well, thanks, boys. We might go back to live action, and we might throw to you throughout the game. And looking forward to your sideline interviews and chat this evening. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave and Don.
Mate, that's absolutely brilliant that we've got a couple of guys on the ground up there bringing us that sort of stuff. Those two, if you haven't already. If you're up in Darwin, tune into their radio show, their sports. It's absolutely fantastic. Massive supporters of rugby league up in Darwin, and it's an absolute privilege to have them as part of the telecast. Dom, we've got game 2. It's the Raiders, and the Brothers again, mate.
Yeah, that's it. The sisters.
The sisters, yes. I don't know why they don't call them the sisters.
Well, they used to years ago, but I don't know whether they've just gone back to the women's team being known as Brothers. It's because it is the Brothers Club. But it is the sisters in action.
Go, 3.
And they will be favourites in this one, unbeaten at the moment. The Brothers team. Just a couple of tip-on plays. The ball comes out the back, picked up by Brothers. A chest pass comes out wide and a chance to score in the corner. They'll go over. Burnett scores for the brothers, and it's early points. Desfina Burnett scores, and first blood to brothers, and they punish Palmerston for that error. So that's my first look at the Raiders women's team jersey. It's a ripper. It's a special one. I don't know whether it's a special one for women in league.
Actually,
or,
that's have we covered the Raiders already? I'm not sure. I don't think we have. But it is. I like it. Of course, the purple is the colour of women in league round across every competition in Australia.
Yeah, Palmerston, they won their first 2 games of the season pretty comfortably. 48-0 over South Darwin, and then 46-6 over Nightcliff. But they got a bit of a wake up if they thought they were a true contender in this competition last week. 42-8 going down to the Sharks.
Yes. And I believe, Donnie, we also have Kyle and Chris are on comm upstairs as well at TRL Stadium. 2 lads that did a fantastic job calling the Anzac game for us a couple of weeks ago. So I don't know if you can hear us, boys, but feel free to chime in when you can.
Yeah, good day, Donnie. Good to be with you, boys. Yeah, Kyle and Chris are here in the Northern Territory at TRL Stadium for the Women in League round here at the Tru-Flow Service Women's Premiership Women's game, and what a fixture we have for tonight. We'll be on sideline with you guys, but great to be with you.
Boys, what's the crowd like there? Because it sounds pretty willing.
We got a decent crowd, almost as much as the, I don't know what's going on across the road, but as much as what's happening across the road. No idea. But it's a vibrant audience here at TRL, of course, for the Women's Premiership game.
Well, we've had a loose carrot knock on there with the kick return or the kick off, so the Raiders will get an opportunity early.
Always a nice subsection of the community, the rugby league fans in Darwin.
Subsection.
We've had some times as referees where we've had to lock ourselves in the referees' room, and luckily there was a fully stocked beer fridge there for us, so it wasn't too much of an inconvenience. There's now Palmerston with an opportunity. Jiminy. So the Raiders off. Well, we saw brothers punish Palmerston for an error. Can the Raiders return the favour here? Just looking to go through the middle, and I don't know whether they're going to have too much success against a physical brothers outfit. Now with Ali. Step back in field. Cop one over the top, clutching at the eye. She's not going to get up. She's kicking and screaming here. Certainly indicating to the officials that she's copped one high, but I don't know that they're going to change their decision. She's going to have to.
Is it the? No time off in the women's game, unfortunately.
Just a running clock.
So I just feel like it's a bit of a after the fast finish of that men's game, the quick start to the women's. Donnie, I feel like I just need to take a breath. But I do like I've just got that strip on camera now. Palmerston Raiders. Might have to get the boys upstairs to give us some insight into that one, because is it a strip just for this round, or is it their normal normal women's strip. Looks pretty good. I like it.
Yeah, it's not one that we've seen previously, Dave. It looks very good. I'm sure it'd look good on you.
I do like the lime green. I think for me, just will bring out my eyes. But thanks, boys. So it must be. We'll see if we can get some info. Maybe it's a specific women's and league.
Yeah, I'd say it would be with the purple in it.
Oh, really
Palmerston put a little kick in behind upon the resumption of play, wanting that to sit down. It does eventually. That's a perfectly weighted kick. But what about the return? Getting close to the sideline and stays in. Well,
return.
Jacinda Summers, that was fantastic all around. It was a great kick. It was a great return.
Great footy. We just had a lull. We're back up again, Donald.
Oh, rugby league is undefeated.
How good is it? How good is it?
Here to be. Right. Go, 2.
Well, brothers, it looked like they were going to have a goal line dropout.
Go,
Jacinda Summers said, no, thank you. I'm not a fan of that. Now all of a sudden they're up near halfway.
What do you got for us, boys?
Yeah, young Jacinda was a breakout season last year and was probably the star of the grand final. And looks like she's bringing that form forward again to this year, so really good to see.
Fantastic. Again, great to have you inside. Oh, she's made a meal of that.
Well, it's still there. There's still a chance.
Still a chance for the ball. As the referee says, play on.
Leotoa with the kick through. Summers. She's starring already. She's spinning towards the line. She wanted to reach out and plant it. Decides better of it. Trying to crash over now. And just a little tip on play. And Morgan Keats says thank you. Goes over untouched. Brothers out to 8-0. Kick to come on the Event Cinema scoreboard.
Well, they're playing some entertaining footy. Crashes over in the end, but it was that charge down, that chase, I should say. They put pressure on that kick. Made a meal of it, jumped straight on it, and then gave the brothers an extra fresh set.
As you want. Just make sure you're on the line.
The conversion attempt, a little bit of an easier one. Should be able to put brothers out to a 10-0 lead.
Fine conditions here tonight too, boys. 28 degrees with a slight wind gust up to 10 kilometres, so beautiful conditions. We're just getting out of the humidity as we enter the dry season, so absolute beautiful conditions for the women to be out here tonight.
So has it been warm up there all day, or is it? Because I mean, it's about 8 something up there at the moment. It's been pretty hot down here. How's it been like during the day up there?
Oh, look, not too bad. Diggin, you know how it is through the wet season. We certainly haven't felt that as harsh conditions throughout the day, and we generally get a nice breeze through the morning. So, and it's managed to hold up quite nicely throughout the evening. We've had some rough evenings at the start of the season, but beautiful conditions for tonight's fixture.
Looks picture perfect.
I tell you what, boys, the referee from New South Wales disagrees with you. He was complaining non-stop throughout that game about the conditions. But
as we see, high shot. He will be on the Gatorades as soon as he got up. Wouldn't be surprised if he's in the sheds bathing in it. He looked like he was struggling too. But well done.
I thought that might have been.
Yeah, sorry, boys. Go ahead.
I thought that might have been why he was wearing the hat, boys. Bit of sweat, just to cover up the sweat.
Yeah. He looked like he was.
It might have been the bright lights.
Yeah.
One of the other.
a few extra kilos in sweat.
You always love to run it into the blokes that come up from down south. It's let them know what Darwin's all about.
Real Australia.
The brothers, after a penalty, once again going on the attack. Leading 10 points to 0 on the Event Cinema scoreboard. Showing to the outside. Leach still going. Looking to barrel over the top of a couple. They go to the open side.
Bang.
Trying to spin across here, Kurnoff, standing in the tackle. They wrap up the ball. I know she's got a dangerous offload. They come out and there's plenty of room for Jacinda Summers. That was a nice little move. Catch and step in one motion. And again, going over pretty much untouched. She's classy.
That looked good. That looked good.
Well, it's just you see just the...
Yeah, you go, boys.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say quite a dominant start here for the brothers, or as they're locally known as the sisters. And of course, our viewers will most likely remember that the two haven't met since the 2024 Grand Final,
Oh, well, there you go.
where the sisters got the better hand of the Raiders, 40 points to 4, and that game made headlines for all the wrong reasons.
We won't mention that. We'll just forget that.
Fury. We won't go into the details of that, but I'm certainly sure Raiders were hoping to come out and prove a point tonight, but just haven't been able to get on the ball tonight, and still plenty to go in this matchup. But yeah, sisters are just showing why they've featured in the last 4 to 5 grand finals. Just a dominant team.
They got a bit of polish, Donny and boys. Just a bit of polish to their ball handling, especially their offloading. And that's a good effort from out there, but it's just gone wide. Around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's. I think I've already mentioned this, but Litchfield Bears 68. Actually, no, 68, it's the final time. 68, continuing to leave the Bunnies winless and somewhat forgettable start the season. Did not score, so 68-0 around the grounds thanks to McDonald's.
Because we covered brothers in round 1 this season, and it was a slow start against the Sharks.
Yeah,
they were behind early.
Yeah, they had a blistering second half, didn't they?
Yeah, they had to come from behind from 8-0 down at half-time to win at 16-8.
It was a good game of footy.
It was, and that was probably the most they've been challenged so far. They've been pretty dominant in their other 2 games, but they look a lot slicker here tonight than they did in that round 1 fixture. They've obviously blown off some of the rust, and as you said, they are looking pretty crisp with ball in hand and going about their work in a professional fashion right now.
So, update, man with a whistle. Again, we mentioned how fantastic the support is across the states and territories of the game here in the NT. And on the blower tonight in the guts is Liam O'Brien from the sunny state of Queensland, so he might be a little more adapt to the weather. And on the sidelines, touch judge Jason Woodman and Dave Fozzie Foster, of course, from New South Wales.
Oh,
he's still out
backing
there.
up.
He's still out there. I think that might be him right there.
That's him over.
So he didn't get to bath in the Gatorade. He's having to back up for round 2. Well done.
Well, that's the life of a referee there. You do a full game in the men's and you've got to back up straight away. You don't even get a chance to have a drink. You saw how quick it was between the games. You're straight back out there again. Without a chance to even catch your breath. And now it's Palmerston. Looking to get through this set after the error from Jacinda Summers.
No, she's still out.
It was a flat pass. I don't know whether Tom really wanted that one, but takes it up towards halfway on 5. They look for the kicker. They find the boot. Touched off the boot.
Oh yeah! Don't you love rugby league? Get some of that. That's fantastic.
Spinning out of that tackle, Jeffrey. Nowhere for her to go. She's pretty busy. Jacinda Summers as she leaves another body in her wake. Going towards the middle of the field, beyond halfway. Goes Keats, one of the try scorers. Now with Nona. Nona goes through, beats another, gets away from the fullback, just needed a support player. Malis got there a second too late. They come out now. Layer 2 up, puts the kick through. Summers gets to it. She is everywhere, Jacinda Summers. She scores a try over on the right. She scores a try over on the left. She's busting through the middle. Everywhere you look, you see Jacinda Summers, and she's got a double.
Don't know how you miss her, the blonde locks. Can we get her somewhere there just to count the plays, make sure we haven't got a double of her, because she is in everywhere. She's been everywhere. But all started from that blistering run. Yes, boys, what do you got for us?
Yeah, continue on with their great form, the start of this season and last year. But just to note, a lot of these girls were over in in Las Vegas earlier in the year for they had a nines competition whilst the NRL was over there. A lot of these brothers, girls were over with that, and they actually end up runners up in that competition. So a very good quality of player, and Jacinda's really showing that tonight.
Well, if they're in LA, Donny, I'm not surprised that
Vegas.
Vegas. Apologies.
The other loss.
Yes, it took them a while to sort of shake off the cobwebs. So, but that sort of makes it even more impressive given their start. So. Just the breadth of talent as well to go over there and just sends that wide.
Again, it's a pretty good strike, but just stays out to the left.
Okay, so my mate Fozzie from New South Wales, I've just been told, Donny, they work him hard. We see this blistering run again on the replay. Did all the work. In the end, takes 4 of them to get her down. Old mate Dave Foster from New South Wales, fantastic to come up and support the game here in the NT. It is his 6th appointment today. 6.
That sounds familiar.
Working him hard. So
I think I did 10 one day.
I'm not surprised that he's blowing. I'm surprised that he's still going. If I'm honest,
I'm sure Chrissy Foy can tell you of the days where he used to do 12 in a day. So.
Yeah. Around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's, Tru-Flow Premiership, Litchfield Bears 52, and the Darwin Rabbitohs are not having a good round. They yet to score. So the Bears 52, leading the Rabbitohs yet to score. Around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's and the Tru-Flow Premiership. And a great insight from the boys, from Chris as well. It's really impressive to hear that. The talented athletes, the rugby league ranks, especially the women's up there, are making their name for themselves across the globe.
Now Palmerston. Down 18-0, trying to get themselves on the scoreboard. Player down in the ruck, and I just stopped momentarily thinking the referee was going to stop the game there, but she gets up and we play on. The Raiders going across, bouncing out of a tackle there, Tom. Couple of tip-on plays. And the Raiders trying to get through the set. Can they put the finishing touches on it? Good run going right to the line there.
Great run.
Jiminy. And the kick across field. Oh! Knocked on by Brothers and picked up. Well, he's not going to rule the offside. He's going to put a scrum down for the knock on, and another set coming for Palmerston.
Wasn't a bad set for the Raiders. Probably one of their better ones. Good run down that close edge. You see here on the replay. Didn't really have much of that. Had a meal of it. And the Raiders in this fantastic strip get an opportunity to reel in some of this. We've only gone 20 minutes, don't we?
To close the gap. Yeah, the Brothers going at a point a minute.
Oh,
it's a couple of tip-on plays, but the last pass Just a bit behind the winger, has to go back and clean it up. So Singh plays the ball. They come again towards the middle. Now with Young. Takes a step out of dummy half. Picks up the underneath runner. Brothers up to the task there with Leach, making the tackle. Ball out in two hands. Pass now with Isaac. Isaac put down. Getting late in the count. The line speed from Brothers is good. Gibney bounces away from the first. Can't get away from the opposite number. Going to the line, holding it up, double pump. Oh! The Brothers, they hold on, they stay frosty. They make the stop, keeping Palmerston scoreless as they lead 18 points to 0 on the Event Cinema scoreboard. The Brothers got their hands back on the ball, looking to march upfield. 22 minutes gone. They've slipped behind the clock. They've been going at a point a minute. Palmerston just had their best period of possession. They were unable to break Brothers down. Dummy on the outside. Goes herself there, Nona. Nona's been really hard to handle. Again, just keeps the legs moving after contact. Leotoa, dummies, silky skills, gets the offload away, guess who it is?
Again, no way!
Summers, still going, Summers dives in the corner!
Someone sign her up!
Sign her up for NRLW!
Come on!
Get her a Perth Bears contract right now!
Let this vision talk for itself.
Thank you.
Could she have done any more in this carry? So breaks through that. Got the toe, puts the afterburner on, goes straight into this last tackle. And is that her third?
That's a
She got
third.
a hat-trick?
That's a hat-trick, first half hat-trick.
In the first half.
Thanks, mate.
3 in a row.
She's impressive, isn't she, boys? Jacinta Summers, outstanding game thus far. But just looking back on 2024, I mean, she tied 4th for top try scorers for the season. So looks like she's well on her way.
Well, she's on the big stage right now on NRL Pathways on a Saturday night. Tell you what, if there's anyone out there doing some scouting, might need to get a couple of numbers.
Oh, you talked about slicing up some vision of Bailey Miller earlier. You might be getting some calls about Jacinta Summers before too long. NRLW clubs will be having a look. She is carving up right now.
We spoke. I think we spoke. You can't teach footy intelligence.
Well, just keep showing up in the right spots.
You cannot teach. In their head, there's only so much you can do. You can practice the skills, you can coach that, but you can't teach that nuance that the great players have to know where to be and when to be. And she is just writing her own script right now.
Some great work in the lead-up. I mean, we're waxing lyrical about Jacinta Summers, but Keelan Nona in the lead-up was very good. Juliet Leotoa also instrumental in creating the space for Summers. So there's the supporting cast, as it were, for Brothers right there. And Palmerston are in trouble. Brooking Patello just put a body in front and got run over by a Mack truck. As Brothers again marching upfield. They are just too big, too strong, too physical for Palmerston right now. Summers, well, she's looking to return the favour to Leotoa. Gets it out to Nona. Nona comes in field, and a great one-on-one tackle had to be made by Ali. Quick play the ball though. Leotoa goes from dummy half, dives over, and gets one herself.
She finished it off. Started it and finished it off.
Well, it was Leotoa that laid it on for Summers for that last try. This time it was Summers putting Leotoa into a gap. She found Nona, and the three big guns from this contest.
Look at this carry. Look at this. Just perfectly weighted.
Well, I didn't think they were going to stop Nona, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I did the try.
A good tackle from Ali, but it just delayed the inevitable on the next play.
And that it is 26 minutes, Donny, so they're back up there. Point a minute.
You have to be this far back as well. Just be in line with me. Thank you.
Well, I mean, they've just been sensational. Like, there's not much Palmerston can do. The Raiders...
No, and this is... like, we saw a game... we've seen some games in the women's comp where we've just seen class over the top of, young players, young clubs that just aren't there yet. But today we're just seeing a brilliant skill. There's not much that Palmerston can do. I mean, they're not playing horribly. They're just being completely outclassed, and they're not getting. And they're not. I mean, they don't have the ball in their hand.
No, they haven't had a lot of the ball, but just everything brothers are doing is sticking.
It's just so good.
Like, quite often they play with a style where they use the ball quite a lot, and there are times where that can not work. It doesn't stick, and it can be a lot of errors that invites teams into the game. But tonight, absolutely everything they're doing is hitting the mark. And Palmerston, all they can do is just sit back and watch and enjoy the show with the rest of us.
Exactly. I don't know if they're enjoying the show, Donny, but we certainly are. I'm sure all the Brothers supporters up at TRL are too.
And an error.
Oh, she's lost it.
She throws the ball down in disgust. She thought it was helped out.
Queensland referee on camera.
Well, can the Raiders get something here before half time? Might get the boys involved, Kyle or Chris, whoever's got the microphone. Which player from Palmerston are we looking at to try and get them on the board here?
They're just thinking about it.
They're looking through the list, trying to find somebody. Pushing up there, Isaac.
Last 60.
Looking Patello, who put herself in front of a Mack truck a moment ago. She takes that carry. It's the last carry of the half. The siren sounds, and at the break, it is Brothers absolutely dominating. 28 points to nil at half time. They have just done everything right. Jacinda Summers, sensational. Morgan Keats and Juliet Leotoa, as well as Desfina Apene, the other try scorers for Brothers.
I think we do have the boys on the mic. Fellas, if you can hear us, what is it you think the Raiders need to do in this second half, and who in their list are the ones that are going to have to make it happen? No, we might have lost them. But, fantastic first half from the Brothers, and it's the last half of our triple header. Donny, I think I need a breath.
Well, we didn't get much of a breather before between games, so we might take a bit of a 10-minute breather. We'll have a break for half time. We'll be back with the second half shortly.
I believe they're going live. Back at the ground for the boys from WCBH. Fellas, if you can hear us, what have you got?
Yeah, we can hear you. Halftime here at TRL Stadium, and what a masterclass from the Brothers team, really showing how you can control a match through ball security and field position. But it is the Jacinda Summers show tonight. How good has she been in the first half, Axel?
Absolutely. Look, Jacinta's just out there, is absolutely doing what she needs to do to get the job done out here tonight. We are looking out just over 25 degrees, so it's beautiful weather conditions up here in Larrakia country in Darwin. But look, Jacinta, she is really getting the job done tonight.
Dave and Don, as you said, this is a replay of last year's grand final. Brothers really showing tonight that they still are the team to beat in the Tru-Flow Services Premiership here. Last year's grand final, it was Brothers 40, defeating the Raiders 4. They lead 28-0 at halftime. It's a 30-minute first half, so just about a point per minute being scored by the Brothers sisters here tonight.
So, fellas, we were just speaking just before the end of that half. Who in the Raiders list do you think needs to fire up to get them into this game in some form?
Yeah, I think the Raiders, Callum Nonna, would be great to see her performance. Sorry, not Callum Nonna in the first half. Their 5'8" Zana Roach in the second half. I think if she can lead the girls around the pack, they might be able to get the ball, get some field position, and hopefully get some points on the board. But Brothers across the park, just so fit, so strong, great ball handling. They really are putting on a masterclass tonight. For the Raiders to get themselves a little bit back into this game, to get some points on the board, they need to get the ball and they need to hold the ball. But Brothers, they are absolutely starving the Raiders from the ball in this game tonight.
Now, you mentioned the term masterclass, and that's, I guess, that really for me exemplifies what me and Don were talking about just heading into the break. There's just not much that the Raiders are doing wrong. It's just the Brothers, just so much class, so much polish. It's almost like the Raiders have to sit back and just be witnesses. They just have to watch it like we are, because there's not much that they seem they can do to stop that in the first half.
Yeah, spot on. Palmerston Raiders, they're a quality team. They came into tonight's game 2 wins, just the 1 loss. The Brothers have won 3 from their 3 games. The Raiders, they are a capable football team, but Brothers are just starving Palmerston of the ball. They're holding the ball, they're running straight, they're running hard. When they push the ball wide, their hands are safe, and we've seen Jacinda Summers on the left-hand side of the field and the right-hand side of the field and through the middle. She's able to find easy metres. So it's really tough when you're out there. And if you're in the position of the Palmerston Raiders, it's really hard to turn the tide, because the ball, they just keep bringing it forward, bringing it forward, bringing it forward. Definitely a tough position to be in if you are a Raiders player. Let's hope in the second half that they can get some points on the board. Let's hope they can hold the ball. But I really can't see the Raiders being able to slow the Brothers down tonight.
Yeah, just on the star of the show, Jacinda Summers. It's the first time I'm seeing her. What more information can you give us about her? I mean, is she one that is a possibility for higher honours at that sort of NRLW level, or is this the level that she's at?
Yeah, it'd be great to see her across the season. Chris and Kyle were talking before about the girls going across to Vegas for the Nines, and they performed well above expectation there. They took over a really young team, so we'll have to get some stats on Jacinda Summers, and if she's a sort of, the early stage of her first grade career, maybe she can go a little bit further. I heard you mention about the Perth Bears coming back into the team, back into the competition. Hopefully a NRLW team follows, and players like Jacinda Summers, maybe they can look for a contract a few years down the track.
Well, I tell you what, we've only seen her for 30 minutes, and I'm already impressed. So I want to see more of her. We've got 30 more minutes to go, boy. Before you let you go to get ready for the second half, have you got any final thoughts? Tell us a bit about. There's a lot of noise going on at the stadium. Is there a big crowd in for Raiders? Can they perhaps do anything to get their team up in the second?
Yeah, absolutely, boys. Look, the Raiders have certainly brought their supporters here tonight. It is starting to get packed at TRL Stadium. Of course, we do have the Toyota AFL Premiership over on the other side. It is vibing here up in Darwin at the moment with all things sport. The Suns are taking on the Doggies. They're doing business over there. But the Palmerston Raiders certainly know how to bring a crowd. The stadium is erupting with support as well, Darwin brothers, and that's really going to keep the players going. I just want to add two, boys, before we go. I did see Jacinta down. The brothers have stayed out on the field. She was getting into the players with some really good directions, and that'll show in the second half, Cam.
Yeah, it's interesting at the half-time. Palmerston Raiders have elected to go into the sheds. Brothers have stayed out on the field. They're feeling very comfortable here at TRL Stadium tonight. And I know we've been giving plenty of credit to Jacinda Summers, but let's not forget all the hard work that's been done in the centre of the field. Players like Zoe Kernoth, running straight, running hard. They are really laying the foundation for Jacinda to do her work out wide.
That is a fantastic point to make. Really good spine at the moment for the brothers, and I'm really glad you pointed that out, because we're seeing the brothers on screen now. They can stay out in the field, and if they're getting a rev up from their senior players, when you're 28 odd points up and you're still having a rev up at half time, that says something, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it says a fair bit about their culture. You go, boys.
It certainly does. It certainly does, and you know that word dominance comes up again. They're owning TRL Stadium tonight. They're staying out on the field at halftime. They're revving each other up, saying, look, we've got 28 points in the first half. Let's go on with it in the second half. They really are setting the standard here in the Tru-Flow Services Premiership. Absolutely
Fantastic performance from the brothers in the first half. Silky smooth, but I think even better performance from our fellas from WCBH for our halftime show. Fellas, thank you very much. Great insight there at the ground. Hopefully we might be able to talk to you at the end of the game as well, but thanks very much for bringing us all that from TRL Stadium, fellas, and we're looking forward to chatting to you again, whether it be this Arvo or this evening or in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave and Don. We'll chat to you at full time, and a reminder, you can catch a full wrap-up Saturday mornings on Darwin's 97.7 with WCBH.
That's it, 97.7 if you're in Darwin, WCBH. These guys, from what I understand, Donny, I've got to start downloading the pods. They are the two to listen to when it comes to all things sport, and I may have been told last week that they spent a little bit too much time talking about rugby league. I don't know whether that's a problem for me. I don't think that's a problem for mine. But
I don't think you can ever spend enough time talking about rugby league.
Absolutely not. The great game. So I've just got just getting some commentary here on the phone. I've just got some more information about these Darwin brothers girls that went to Vegas. So they actually spent some time with the Gillaroos. They spent some time with the Gillaroos, in amongst the Gillaroos camp, and actually was presenting some of the Gillaroos with their jerseys. Okay. So they've not only are they going to Vegas and they're playing in an international comp and they're getting results, but they're hanging around with the national side in amongst that and seeing what that's like from a professional perspective. There's clearly some talent here, so
we're just about coming out now for the second half. Palmerston making their way out into the middle as well. Brothers, of course, they've been out there the entire time. A fantastic point raised by the boys from WCBH. About the middles, the physicality of brothers, the way that they have set the platform has been absolutely sensational. That has provided the time and space for the superstar of the night, Jacinda Summers, and Juliet Leotoa has also found a bit of that space. And Keelan Nona hasn't got herself on the score sheet yet, but she's another that has looked dangerous on the back of the hard work done by the brothers' middles. They restart this second 30, looking to go on with it and do a little bit more until the season. The Good strong carry, and here we are. Big Brothers once again.
Oh,
and they kicked the penalty late in the count.
I'm not sure about that one. I think she milked a bit of that. I don't know what's the big dairy. What's the big dairy company up there, Donny? I was going to say the Browns Dairy. What's the dairy company in Darwin?
It's like Dairy Farmers, isn't it?
The Dairy Farmers, okay.
I don't know. I can't remember.
The time's passed.
Paul's, mate.
Paul's, there you go. So
Paul's iced
she milked
coffee.
that.
That's the
Paul's
one.
iced coffee.
Yeah. I'll have to remember that for next time when I use my milk it joke. Milked it joke. All right. Sorry, Don, off you go.
You put me on the spot there. I couldn't. I
put
don't.
a few things on the spot.
I'm one of the only people in the world that doesn't drink iced coffee, so it's not my cup of tea. But so now Brothers trying to put some more points on, and Nona gets towards the line. Referee says it's on the line. Well, I said she wasn't quite on the score sheet. It didn't take long into the second half for her to get a name there. She was great in the first, and now she's got to try to make this one 32-0, kick to count.
She had to scramble as well. You see it in the replay here. She had to scramble to get over this line. She's just lost her footing just there. Just there. She managed to keep her balance and momentum, I think. A lot of her momentum there carried her over just on the paint, on the chalk. But that's not the start the Raiders wanted us after we spent half of the break talking about what the Raiders needed to do. And that's further pain. And they've done it again, Donny. 32 minutes, 32 points.
Well, it's been an impressive performance from Brothers.
Yeah, boys.
And another try assist for Jacinda Summers there. Just sort of throw that in.
That is it's a reason you boys are there. You're seeing it better than we are. Thanks, great insight there. Have to mark that up. We need a statistician, Donny.
We do. We've spoken about this before.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
It's
made his game.
We do.
Those are the NRL HQ that are watching the feed come through. Just letting you know. Things we like.
How much of that money do we need?
Just a few things. Got a list. Got a list. See it again. Just lost it there, but no, steadied herself.
Well, the referee right on the spot, seeing the ball on the chalk. Palmerston, well, it's always tough to play in these sorts of games where when you do get to this,
don't you? Like, what do you do? Like,
you get to this sort of scoreline, and you've got to find some sort of energy and some way of staying in the.
Oh, well, you can do a bit of that, Johnny. I'm sorry. I know that. That's against the grain of what we're talking about, but give me more of that.
Oh, she put her body in front. She got thrown back. She's ended up in Catherine, but she's put her body in front of a charging rhinoceros. They are just running through everything here, Brothers.
And some.
So once again get down into a good field position. Come towards the middle, they fire that one on the bounce, a perfect bounce, of course it is. They go out right to the wing, Nona steps in, suddenly she's got a double.
It's got the feeling of one of those matches, and you would have played in one yourself, Donny, where you don't actually feel like you're doing that badly. You're just up against the side that is just doing everything perfectly, and there's nothing you can do, and you know it's coming, and you just have to watch it happen. Just in the zone.
Again, that play was a perfect example of everything sticking.
Yeah.
There was a pass there that wasn't a good pass. It didn't hit the mark. It hits the ground and just bounces up perfectly.
Pops up, right there, pops up.
Thank you. Yeah. No, that's exactly where I wanted it. Yeah. There's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, and I have to point out an error though, Donny. We're at 35 minutes and 36 points, so we've gone beyond that. But yeah, just everything's coming up, brothers.
Well,
yeah, certainly things are working out for them. The brothers' side at the moment. We're just looking at the Palmerston Raiders there, getting some water behind the goal line. Missing quite a few of their players from last year, and a lot of size too. So they've got a lot of work to do, especially after a game like this. But as you can see from other around the ground scores, there's a couple of sides that are out well in front of the rest of the competition. Brothers are obviously at the front.
So Chris, you just mentioned some personnel changes in comparison to last year. So how many of the first 13 that played in last year's grand final you think are missing from the Raiders side?
Oh, we think going on the team sheet today, we're missing about 6 or 7. So yeah, fair turnover of players.
Yeah, that is significant, especially for a side that played off in a grand final. To be honest with you, Donny, I'm surprised that they're only 38 points down given that. So,
well, I mean, the size differential
is
something that is noticeable. They've just been physically so much bigger and stronger. And we've seen faster as well. Summers, she's trying to put on all the show. Puts that into the in-goal, gets the repeat set. Had to be tapped over the dead ball line or she was going to add a 4th try. And once again, just showing all the skills. Just has everything.
How was just that placement of that ball? Like,
we've
gonna have to trawl through the vision of the other grounds, Donny, of the last 3 rounds and see if I can find some of her highlights.
Goal line drop out. It's a pretty good one. Goes between a couple of the brothers and they have to go all the way back to the 50-metre line to pick it up. Nearly Nicky. Nobody really wanted it. They eventually pick it up. Grant from dummy half. Stripped out. There was definitely 2 in the tackle. And she's tried hard, Victoria Alley, but gives away the penalty there. They take the tap, they get on back underway. Brothers taking it forward. Another run towards the line. Nicky wants one, can see the line.
Well held.
Palmerston, they get numbers into the tackle. Seeding at dummy half, she'll have a go. No, she'll get down and she'll get it to the ground. Matilda Seedon.
And again, some questions that you mentioned size as well. There's only so much you can do when you're that far out. And they did well to held up before. This is the first one.
It gets to a stage now for brothers where everyone wants one. Everyone wants to get their name on the score sheet.
Got a couple of pies. Still plenty of energy as well. You can just in the step there from the brothers girls.
It's amazing how when you're winning, you just don't get tired.
It's like I want some more. Speaking about that, they probably all want a pie. It's my turn. I tell you what, that is a beautiful view. I know we've come off it, but that is a fantastic view with the lights of the other football stadium in the background, the trees, the picturesque. If you haven't been up there, I know that we've probably got quite a few NT viewers up there, but it is just a sensational facility, picturesque in amongst everything, all the sports together. When I was up there recently, I'll tell you what, Donny, because I'm a bit of a sports nut, I just jumped in the car and just drove around for 20 minutes. Not longer than 20 minutes. I drove in around the grounds. I got out, I walked around. I thought, geez, if you're a sports addict, you can just this is a waste of money.
That whole complex in around Marara, you can find any sport you like, and you'll find plenty that you've never heard of.
Yeah, it is ducks nuts. It is absolutely fantastic. None better than TRL Stadium, though.
One of the good bars in around Darwin too, the Ducks Nuts. But
is it? Well, have to check that out next
I don't
time.
know if it still exists. It might. It's been a while since I've been up there. Brothers up 42 points to 0 on the Event Cinemas scoreboard.
I think now it's just a question of how much more and can the Raiders score?
Nope.
Offside? No.
Marker's not square. No, it's going to be a penalty to Palmerston. Okay. I don't even know what that signal is.
Under? I'm not sure. I think you might have run out of batteries on the rep marker.
Yeah, we're trying to work that one out too, boys. We couldn't quite understand that that signal, but I'm guessing he thought maybe Raiders deserved a break.
And they haven't found touch. Jacinda Summers goes back and cleans it up. How's the chase from Palmerston? It is non-existent.
Here we go.
Summers, they get hold of her and they hold on. Well, I thought she was going to go the length. It's just been that kind of night.
I was just hoping. Just so we could watch it happen. Again, the Raiders, we've seen round 3, I think, of the Westpac Women's Premiership here in Western Australia, and we've seen some average performances from some of the sides because they are developing some new teams. The Raiders haven't been bad tonight. They just not have matched the class of the brothers.
No, they've been.
Oh, there's the go. There you go. There you go.
Cass Singh jamming in. Puts a good shot on. And forces the error.
Again, a reminder, it is Women in League round. I wonder if the Raiders are going to sell those strips. I'll have to get one.
Well, I know when the Ellenbrook Rabbitohs, when they've had the one-off strips, they usually go back to the clubhouse and auction them off.
Yeah. Might have to put the call out.
I've got a match-worn Frida Arsam jersey, from a few years ago, Anzac special.
Who was she playing for?
The Rabbitohs.
No, but the Anzac jersey. It was
an
actual Rabbitohs.
Ellenbrook Rabbitohs jersey, yeah.
Because the mother and daughter played in 2 different sides this year in the Anzac Challenge. You know that?
Oh, no, I didn't.
It was wonderful to see. A couple of times they had a bit of a push and shove. I'm like, how does that dynamic work?
We see another error.
You just get even through the headset, Donny, you're just getting a sense of the energy shift across the ground, and Mike and Sand is just. Again, the question was how many more are the brothers going to put on? I really hope that the Raiders don't just completely drop their heads here. Oh, look at that run.
Well, again, it's slick-looking rugby league.
What do you got for us, boys?
Yeah, look, Dave, just back off the back of that comment, I was just watching Jacinda Summers there in back play while that scrum was being formed, and you could just see her giving the directions to the players, and you just see the energy levels from the differences from the brothers and the Raiders sides, and they're 42 points up, and they look like it's 0-all. They don't care. They want to keep scoring tries.
And they do.
Mark.
No.
Oh, is that same?
That's the borrowing penalty that time, so she's gone between the legs of the player playing the ball.
Well, good insight again from the ground fellas.
Well, again, they like to, when you're watching on monitors, you don't see the full ground. So getting that insight of what Jacinda Summers is doing, barking instructions there when they're up 42-0, that gives you a real insight into the mentality of this unit.
You mentioned the word culture not long ago. Culture, culture at every level of sport is. You don't realise how significant it can be until it's no good. until you don't have a good one. And it's clear that these brothers girls have a fantastic, well, the brothers club in general has a fantastic culture. That's a good run. Again, ball in hands, you know, they're making good yardage. Going to spread this. Put the dummy to her right.
Victoria Ali probably been Palmerston's best for mine in the 13.
And no surprise there, Dinger. She had an outstanding 2024 season, Victoria Ali. So here's the error, but yeah, what a great player she's had for 2024, and she's doing her best out there. But yeah, the Raiders just haven't been able to pull through tonight.
I think she'd like to see, wouldn't want to see that one again.
I'm just glad it wasn't Victoria Ali.
No. That would have been good. That would not have been good. But right in the guts of the park here. Scrum down on the 40, is it? Still got a fair bit to play in this one.
Comes out to Summers.
Nice. Good read.
Singh's been jamming up and putting a few good shots on for the Raiders in the last couple of minutes as well. So shuts down Summers, but brothers, they've still got the ball. They're now 20 metres out.
Caldwell will come back.
As he plays the ball inside. Now to Nikki. Another who's been desperately trying to get a name on the score sheet in this contest. Stepping off the left, there's a nice offload, spinning towards the line, reaching out and putting it down. Another try to brothers. Morgan Keats has a double. She gets her second, but there was a couple of nice offloads in the lead up to this one.
We're just seeing it here on replay. Good there, had the arm free. Bashes off and just lands it just over her right shoulder. Just the cleanness of delivery and ball in hand from these brothers girls. It's impressive. Very slick.
Yeah, well, again, quite often you get those you force those offloads out, and more often than not they
don't work.
They hit the deck. Someone knocks it on, but tonight you force it out and it hits hand straight away. What do you got, boys?
Now we see a change in goal kickers here for brothers. One of their very experienced players, Ellie Nicky, very skillful. Giving Jacinta a bit of a rest. It's probably the only weak part of her game tonight. Jacinta Summers, she hasn't been kicking very well, but Ellie Nicky sorts that out.
Well, we can give her a break on that, I think, Donnie. The kicking, she's been good everywhere else.
Of course, boys, Ali Nicky, the Gaynor Mags best player in 2024 for the Women's Premiership, had an outstanding year, and yeah, she's brought that same energy into this 2025 competition. Good to see.
Well, first, the brothers are looking pretty good. The second time we've seen them this year. Looking very slick. They do look like, again, they look like they had a bit of rustle in round one, but they look like a significantly better team here in round 5, Donnie?
4.
4. I'm getting ahead of myself.
We started at round 4. It feels like we've been here a while,
yes.
But into round 5, but not quite that long. We've got a little while to go to get there.
What do we got? We've still got 11 and change remaining in this one. Oh, look at that. Just the line. Everything they're doing at the moment is impressive. Is she injured? No, she's not.
Our brothers, again, punching up against the tram lines. Trying to get a hole through. Going to the line. Nikki stepping through. Throws the pass across. Diving in towards the corner. Another try for Brothers as they bring up the half century.
.52 minutes in the 51st minute. Sorry, 52 points in the 51st minute. Around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's full-time Tru-Flow Services Premiership. It's the Bears who did an absolute number on the Rabbitohs, 96-0. Around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's. South Darwin with a bit of work to do across the board, I think, at the moment. What a fantastic view that is.
You just see there again, Ali Nikki, outstanding again, just breaks away through that tackle and gets a beautiful pass through to Tia Young, showing why she's the Gaynor Mags recipient.
Again, fantastic insight from you fellas up on the deck. Bringing us all the info that we don't know. Might have to trademark that, the info we don't know.
Well, you could fill a great many books.
Walked in that one, didn't I?
The conversion attempt waved away. We are out to 52 points to nil. 52 minutes gone. Ronnie the App, Cussie Wapal, the try scorer.
Looking forward to next week, Donny. It's the Raiders have got the Bears. The Bears, of course, had a bit of a party. Only 4 short of the century against the Rabbitohs. So they're coming up against the Bears. So they're going to have to bounce back pretty quickly. While the Darwin brothers will be taking on the Nightcliff Dragons, who had a pretty solid win over the Sharks. So that'll be an interesting game.
Now we've got the Raiders with
I might actually be looking at the wrong
an opportunity.
data there.
Perhaps to get themselves on the board. Down 52 points to nil. Can they get themselves a try, Palmerston? Story at dummy half. Goes across to Roach, who hands it off. Now, well, that's a fundamental error. Just a simple knock on, hands possession over, and perhaps what's really been one of their only opportunities of this second half. They've hardly had the ball at all in this game, but it's hard to remember a better chance they've had in this second 30. And to hand it over so meekly must be difficult to take. It's again going to the line. Summers still working hard through the middle. Adding some more metres to the stat line as Nikki hands it off and through they go. A Penne started it. Can she finish it? Well, a great tackle prevents her from getting her second. Summers goes out of dummy half, fends away from one and a second, spinning towards the line. The Raiders get some numbers in there to say no, not this time. The Brothers at a great pass, finds some room, comes back and goes through one. Wanted some contact there, Morgan Keats. She gets a hat-trick. The second player to have 3 tries next to her name. And again, it was good shift from Brothers, just found the space out wide. There was sliding defence from Palmerston trying to stop it and then just changes direction.
And just ran through Tiana's story like she was nothing. Bang, out of there.
You are not preventing this.
No. Just straight through her.
Looked to be a 3-player overlap as well out on the right side, and she didn't have any interest of doing that. She wanted to make a point and run straight through the centre of that defensive line, and she does it. Burrows her way straight over the goal line. Unbelievable.
I think you're being too kind. I don't think she burrowed. I think she just steamrolled her through it.
Steamroll's probably a better word to use, isn't it?
She's like she pinpointed Tiana's story and
absolute
said,
carnage left behind.
You're there. I'm about to hit you. I'm about to go straight through you.
Yeah.
Goal kicking change seems to have worked. And we're in the 58 points in the 57th minute. Set on replay again here.
Again, some unmarked players outside.
Bang.
Didn't even look. It's like she didn't even know there were 2 players outside or unmarked. And she knew she was going to score and no one was going to stop her.
There's the chalk. There's the white line. Come to mama. Another pie.
Well, is it really white line fever if you're the cure?
No, I guess not. Sometimes you'll see games where you get these blowouts and you're like, oh, she's put a hand on that. So it's a lucky break for the Raiders. You get these blowout games and sometimes it can be a bit forgettable. We're seeing such a great performance from the brothers. It's entertaining to watch. It's slick, it's skillful, it's polished. It's rugby league at its best. It's great to watch.
Yeah, they've been very impressive, and you know, Palmerston, this young side will certainly learn from some lessons from this game.
So
hopefully they learn some lessons.
Look at this. Look at the size difference just there. There's those 4 players on screen. Look at the size difference there. That is significant. That is significant.
It's women against girls.
Yeah. In women in league round. So they'll be better for it if they can maintain, stay in the game. They'll be better for it. There's no doubt about that. Especially coming up against the likes of this brothers outfit, they'll learn a lot from it.
Hopefully they stick with it, because I think we've said a few times that they haven't been that bad.
They haven't been that bad. No.
They've been thoroughly outclassed. But
yeah, we've seen some forgettable. Well, when you're away, Donnie, we saw some rather forgettable performances in the Westpac Women's Premiership, as this woman, again, just shows how good she is, puts it on the boot. It's a foot race. Is it going to hold up? No.
Well, she got tackled after she kicked it there, a fair while after she kicked it, but I think the referee's seen enough. It's like, no one got hurt. It's
90 seconds.
Yeah.
The Raiders haven't been that bad, and at no time have I seen them give up. I've seen some performances in the W Premiership in Perth where some teams have given up, so to speak. Some players have given up, hands on hips, and they're still going. They'll be better for it.
It's still working right down to the final siren. We're into the last minute of this contest. Stopping at the line there is Roach. And, well, she, to be fair, gets what she deserves there, stopping at the line. She got monstered and driven backwards. That's a good way of getting yourself hurt.
Putting the boot pretty quickly.
You get the kick downfield. Jacinta Summers.
Go.
She's got the ball.
Come on.
Goes around the first line of chasers. Looks to throw the pass to the outside. Stepping back in through a couple now, Nona stands in the tackle. They want to exchange numbers here late. And going through goes Nikki. Nikki tries to get the basketball pass over the top. They wrap up the ball there, Cass Singh. And the siren sounds, I think, and that will do it. We're all done here at TRL. And in Women in League round, it has been a dominant performance from Brothers, winning 58 points to 0.
Not just dominant, Donny. Just entertaining, sublime, polished, full of class. As you mentioned numerous times during the call, everything they did just stuck. Everything they tried worked. It was entertaining to watch. The Raiders, you look at the scoreline, if you've just tuned in or if you're going to watch it online, I tell you, they weren't that bad. The brothers were just unstoppable. Fantastic league side, defending Premier. They look good, they're full of energy, and even when they're up, how much were they up at half-time?
It was 28-0 at half-time.
28-0 at half-time, and even at half-time, they were still revving each other up, wanting some more. And we just see them go into a huddle, and we're gonna come back upstairs to the boys from WCBH, and I believe you've got they've got the game wrap there for us, fellas, and also you've got a player to your right as well.
That's Kyle with them.
That is Kyle, sorry. So he looks so big, you say. That's the problem. He's so huge. He should be out there playing himself. Sorry, boys, off you go.
I'll take that.
He'll take it.
Well, 58-0. 58-0 Brothers victorious over the Palmerston Raiders in round 4 of the Tru-Flow Services Women in Rugby League round here at TRL Stadium. Of course, Women in League round, we celebrate women in our game at every single level, critical roles that they undertake. It was a dominant performance by the Brothers tonight. Kyle, what were your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, look, I'm not surprised in terms of the performance from the Brothers. They've just been a dominant team for the past 5 years, half a decade, and they've continued to do that. I'm sure Coach Ronnie Americo will be impressed with his girls tonight. They've showed plenty of grit, and you can just see towards the end of the game, they're up 40, 50 points on the scoreboard, and they're still determined to get more points on, which was quite incredible. And of course, our star tonight, Jacinta, just incredible. Jacinta Summers, you can see her in back play, getting to watch her in back play, particularly when the scrums are getting formed. You just watch her actually directing the players around. There's movements, particularly when they're in there, when the opposition's 20-metre line. You just see the swing of players moving to the left, moving to the right, and that's all Jacinta Summers. It's incredible direction, and it's really showed tonight. And you got to also credit the defence from the Brothers. Raiders, no points on the board. They had a couple opportunities, not a lot, but incredibly impressive and certainly concerning for the rest of the competition. Northern Sharks sitting second on the ladder. I'm sure they'll be keeping a close eye on this game tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the grand final replay, so there's probably a little bit of extra feeling out there tonight. You spoke about attitude, and you may not have seen this on the live stream, but when Brothers score a try, the girls run back to the centre of the field together. One of the things that I really enjoyed watching was the kick return from Brothers after they scored a try. They didn't lumber it back up to the advantage line. They ran it back with gusto, and that really came through the whole game. One of the great things about Jacinta Summers, I thought, tonight was a short kicking game. She puts the opposition in two minds. She's quite happy to put the ball on the toe and turn the opposition around. And Axel's done a little bit of homework on the sideline and found that Jacinta Summers actually has a rugby union background.
Absolutely can, Pam. And look, she does come from rugby union. She played in New South Wales. It's her second season here with the Brothers. She is a real estate agent by day and a rugby league player by night. And look, she has certainly showed she is a strong player tonight.
The Brothers coach has certainly got to be happy with the performance of his team tonight. You know, one of the drills that you do at Rugby League on Tuesday, on Thursday, is just putting the ball through the hands. And you saw them execute that on the field tonight, time and time again, after they had taken it through the centre a few times and they decided to take the ball wide and play that coast-to-coast football. They put it through the hands, they ran to the line, they drew, they passed, they executed those basics so well. And they're a quality football team. Can anyone stop them this season?
Oh, look, as you say, a quality football team, and I'd love to see the stats tonight. Unfortunately, we don't have a statistician available, but just to see the completion rate for the Brothers tonight.
Need some money in the budget, boys. Come on, go tell Tony Crow, give us some budget.
Yeah, hopefully we can get the budget at some point. I work at the ABS, so maybe we can try and work something out, a deal there. I'm not sure, but it's certainly impressive. And as you say, the completion rate for tonight for the Brothers was outstanding. And it's just towards the end of the game, generally you'll find when teams are up by so many points, they'll they'll sooner slack off. We didn't see that tonight from the brothers, which again puts the rest of the competition on notice. Yeah, it's hard to see any other team sort of matching up with the brothers at this point in the competition. And as you said, a grand final rematch, but it looked anything like that. Brothers, a very impressive outfit tonight.
Yeah, they certainly will. I don't want to be too critical of the Palmerston Raiders. They just came up against a red-hot brothers tonight. In fact, I want to give a shout-out to their number 10. That is Hyria Brooking-Patello. She was limping around towards the end of the game, but she still kept bringing the ball up, still racking the ball up. They didn't drop their heads down. What do they do at training this week, Tuesday and Thursday night, to get themselves ready for next week? And as our commentators said, the Raiders have got the Bears next week, and the Bears are a strong club, both in the men's and in the women's.
Yeah, I think it's going to get back to basics. I mean, defensive is obviously one of the key things and key issues that will come out of tonight's game. And they've just got to get back to the basics. You can see there's moments in the game where Raiders looked good, but overall it's just that defensive line and towards the end quite sluggish. I thought Victoria Ali, Daleen Doyle did really well, particularly in defence. And again, two key players throughout the 2024 season for the Raiders. But yeah, just not enough tonight, and I think the message will be on Tuesday night, just back to the basics. Let's work on a defence. Not so much worry about the attack. Obviously, they didn't get any points on the board, but you've got to get that defence right before you get anything else right.
If we can pivot back to the DABSCO Premiership, we've seen this group of three emerge at the top of the ladder. We've got brothers, we've got the Litchfield Bears, and we've got the Palmerston Raiders. Next week we'll see the Palmerston Raiders take on the Litchfield Bears. That's shaping up as the match of the round.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, those two teams, anytime that they come together, it's quite a rivalry clash. So looking forward to that one, the Bears and the Raiders. Did you say that was at home or was that at TRL Stadium?
We'll check the details on that. I hope it's here at TRL. I hope it's a live stream game.
Yeah, I hope so too. Generally, if it is a home game, again, it's quite a passionate game between the two of them. But certainly, it's hard to call. Again, Bears are hot fire, red hot fire at the moment in the competition. So, and Raiders, this is their first defeat for the entire season. So.
The Dragons have had a really slow start to the season, but the last 2 weeks they've got a win. They had a win last weekend over the Bunnies, and they've had a big win tonight. Have they announced themselves? Are they starting to make their move up the ladder?
I think slowly. I mean, they've had a slow start to the season. They finished minor premiers last year, ended up getting knocked out in the finals. But yeah, a slow start for the Dragons. But it's good to see they're getting some wins on the board, and they're going to start building. I've obviously got Sam Irwin, former NRL star, in charge of the Dragons. He'll get them going.
And the third game that we have next week is the South Darwin Rabbitohs up against the Northern Sharks, two teams who are yet to record a win in the DABSCO Premiership. The Northern Sharks, they were competitive in the early games. They dropped it a little bit tonight. Do you think they get up next week, or do you think the Bunnies can get their first victory?
Look, I think it'll be a tight contest, but it's hard to see beyond Northern Sharks losing that one. You got to remember that Northern Sharks have taken part in the finals for the last couple of years. Haven't had the greatest start to the season thus far, but on their best day, they're hard to beat.
Axel, you spent a bit of time on the sidelines. Have you got any other information that you can share with Dave and Don?
Well, plenty, Cam. I reckon if I shared all the information, we'd be here for quite a long time, probably till next weekend's broadcast. So I've cut it down to a few lines. I did catch up with the Palmerston Raiders coach, Shannon Harvey, out there tonight, and I appreciate his time. It was a tough night for them guys, but Annabelle Kay on her debut in the halfback, and the winger, Talia Hazel, has been named some key players tonight. Look, the Palmerston Raiders have come in on the back foot. They've come in bruised to this weekend. They've got injuries after injuries, unfortunately, put it in there. The coach was positive. He said he was really impressed with the team, with the girls, to keep fighting and keep pushing against the brothers. He did give a shout out to the brothers to say they're a strong team and hard to beat, but the injury list for the Palmerston Raiders are really starting to stack up. And look, the sideline atmosphere is phenomenal. If you are up here in the Northern Territory, come down to TRL on our fixture nights, because this is one place you want to catch all the action.
Dave and Don, just before we throw it back to you, just that brothers' spine tonight, just so impressive. As we've mentioned all night, Jacinda Summers there at the fullback, in the halves, Natalia Grant and Ellie Nicky, and then Matilda Seaton as the hooker. They were very creative in the halves around the spine. They gave it to the girls up front. They did plenty of work in the centre, and then the brothers team able to put the ball through the hands at will and score plenty of points out wide. Dave, Don, back to you.
Well, speaking of strong performances, Don, I just think we just saw saw a pretty strong performance in the pre-game there from those three fellas. That was fantastic, absolutely fantastic insight. And that, I think, is going to be that for could not have given a better wrap-up than those three in what has been a pretty entertaining week end of footy and super Saturday for affiliated states back to back. We've seen the highlights run throughout, and I think it has been a pretty big week of footy here in Perth, and I think it's might be worthwhile just reflecting on that and running out with some of the vision that we saw from Thursday at HBF Stadium, the announcement of the Perth Bears, where we saw the CEO, Andrew Abdo, Peter V'landys, and the Premier of Western Australia, Roger Cook, announce that the Bears are back in the 2027. It's a new era of NRL. NRL back in Perth, Donny.
The Bears are back.
The Bears are back.
Perth are back.
Thanks,
Perth
fellas.
are back in rugby league.
Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next week in the land of rugby league.
We're down here at HBF Park, wonderful stadium as part of Perth's sporting infrastructure. Also with us is the Chair of the National Rugby League, Peter V'landys, and NRL Chief Executive Officer, Andrew Abdo. I'm excited to announce that the WA Government has reached agreement with the Australian Rugby League Commission to establish a new WA-based NRL club. Like Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane, WA will host AFL and NRL sides.
I'm incredibly excited. When I walked onto the field this morning, I had a goosebump moment. I mean, it was pretty quiet here, but there's going to be a roar, James. There's going to be a roar at this stadium in just over 18 months when that team takes the field. There'll be a roar in Perth, the city. There'll be a roar in Western Australia, and there'll be a roar around the country. And you know the passion that our fans have for our game. And I think everyone is genuinely excited. This state is about sport and it's about community, and that's what our sport's all about. So we've had overwhelmingly positive sentiment from our fans, from our teams, and we are incredibly excited to be part of this community.
We've worked hard to secure this deal, and we took a strong negotiating position. Oh look, obviously this has been a long haul. We've been negotiating with the NRL for many months now. Those conversations have been positive. I was very excited yesterday to sign the agreement with the NRL, and we're really looking forward to now establishing the Perth Bears and making sure that we can be part of the national competition.
And let me say this about Roger. Someone asked a question if we were mates or not. The negotiations were like a game of rugby league. He was a halfback I couldn't catch, so he's certainly a wily character and a very good negotiator. But at the end, I think we're both very satisfied with the deal that was done.
Oh look, Peter and I remained good colleagues, and as a result of this program, great mates. But it was a deal to be done, and we had to negotiate hard, and we did. This will be a membership-based club and a not-for-profit club. The club will be chaired by a Western Australian.
It was important to us that this was owned by the people of Western Australia. It was important, and it was a very strong point by the Premier. He wanted this as a West Australian-owned team. We don't want to have a single owner or owners. We want the people of Western Australia to own it, so that it'll revert back to a club after the 5 years.
As the Premier mentioned, this will be a community-based, member-based club. That's really important. It's really important to the Commission. It's really important to the government, which means that this will be a community-based sport where the members can have a say. And that's exciting for us. So there'll be an opportunity. Of course, there's scarcity here, but there's an opportunity when we play State of Origin. We're going to sell that out at Optus Stadium. So we are very excited, and there'll be an opportunity for both the Bears members and obviously the Perth-based members to become involved in the club.
I mentioned before that as part of the agreement, the state will provide $65.6 million in financial support to the new club over 7 years for grassroots development, establishment costs, and match day support and tourism marketing.
No, I never underestimated a good halfback. No, he's, as I said, he's got a mean sidestep on him, but he's... and I felt sorry for the Premier because he had to go to an election, and we did stop the negotiations during the election because we shouldn't have been doing them. They were in caretaker mode, and we respected that. Well, I think the media coverage has been a bit biased in the sense that the main newspaper here is owned by Seven West Media that has the AFL rights, let's be quite frank. So they don't want us to be here because they realise we're going to be competitive and we're going to take some of their lunch, and we eat a lot, so we'll be taking a fair bit of their lunch.
If I can, sorry, I just want to also acknowledge the presence that we have in Western Australia at the moment with Bob Cronin, John Saxon and others, and our team of hardworking Western Australia Rugby League employees have done a great job. We've got 5,000 registered tackle participants. We've got 17,000 touch participants already. That number is just going to skyrocket. And this is about bringing a men's team and then eventually a women's team. And our women's game is growing incredibly fast around the country. So this is a great opportunity from the grassroots up in terms of registered participation, Perth-based players and fans.
I heard the figure of $28 million return. Our figure is actually $50 million return to the government. The beauty about this particular team is you're going to have 200,000 members coming from New South Wales called the Bears. And the Bears are a very tribal club. They love the club and they will travel. So I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised the number of visitors that will come to Perth from the eastern states and in particular the North Sydney fans. Roger was very clear, what's our return on capital, what's our return on capital? And the return on capital is those 200,000 Bears fans will certainly be making the trip over to Perth. And I think, as I said, I think it's closer to $50 million return each year than the $28 million.
Well, look, we know it moves quickly, and this is sport, right? It's a bold move in sport. We know that raises passions and opinions, and you've seen some of them come across the press conference today. But this is a great outcome for WA. We're really proud of it, and that's why we're keen to get the information out there.
Well, I've got to tell you, the sponsors certainly haven't been worried about the AFL because we've been inundated with sponsorship requests. The sooner we can get started, the better, because we've had some very big companies that want to sponsor the Perth Bears because they can see how exciting it is, they can see the potential of it, and I'm sure we'll announce some very big sponsors in the next month or two.
As you pointed out, there's a short runway here to be competitive from the men's team, and then the work is already underway around how we can get our established women's pathways, and ultimately the expansion of the NRLW Premiership, having a team here makes a lot of sense.
I'm very comfortable. We'll announce a CEO very quickly, and that'll be a Perth-based person at this stage. So, and once he's appointed or she's appointed, they will then get the football manager. It'll be out of the blocks pretty quickly, and that's why it was important that we finalised the deal yesterday, so we can get moving, because there's no doubt it's a tight time frame. But it's longer than what we go for Darwin. So
we've been planning this, as we heard the Premier and both the Chairman say, we've been planning this for well over a year.
The deal has been done. It's a great deal for Western Australia. If you're a true West Aussie, now's the time to get on board. Support the Perth Bears, and let's show how much we can take it up to the East Coast teams.
What the Premier has done is he's done a magnificent deal for the economy of Western Australia, but at the same time, naturally Rugby League will benefit. In Australia and the Pacific, we have more viewers than any other sport, so it's good that Western Australia are going to get on board with the #1 sport in Australia.
And a heritage club like the North Sydney Bears and bringing these two together as the Perth Bears is, I think, is going to supercharge the growth of this franchise.
It was my ambition to always return the Bears back to the competition, and we've done it. And we've done it in connection with the Perth government, the West Australian government, and they've been fantastic to deal with. But at the end of the day, it's very important that they wear the Bears jumper, have the Bears logo, and have a partnership with Western Australia.
Haven't seen the turnout like this for an NRL press conference in a very long time. It shows the enormity of the occasion, but also the way the game is infiltrating the entire country.
Look, the last time we had a contingent like this was during COVID. I've never seen one as large. Even the Premier commented this is one of the larger contingencies seen. So it shows that rugby league is a juggernaut. It's really improving itself and becoming a very popular. We are the most watched sport in Australia, and when you're at the Pacific, we're the most watched sport in the Pacific as well. And this is just going to take us to that next level.
2027?
2027, the Bears are back.
Can I just say, James, the smile on your face, it's the biggest. You always have a great smile, but it's the longest I've ever seen you smile.
It was hard to hide today. Thank you so much, mate.
No problem.
Oh, serious? You're there in one shot.
Yeah.
During the announcement, they're all crying and cheering.
Oh,
yeah. Wow. So it's going to work.
That's amazing.
Well, so
yeah.
It's brilliant, mate. Yeah. Bloody good. And it was broadcast live around the country.
I know, it's pretty good.
Which is always a good thing, mate. Rugby league.
Yeah.
It's champion.
No,
it means a lot to a lot of people.
Well, we're correcting a historical wrong.
Correct, mate. That's exactly what
we're coming back. So let's get behind our new WA NRL side, the Perth Bears.